Final Fantasy VI was released as Final Fantasy III in North America, but regardless of the title, it was one of the best-selling games for the Super Nintendo and is regarded by many as one of the greatest RPGs of all time. Final Fantasy IV had been released in North America as Final Fantasy II because at the time, publisher Square had decided not to translate the real Final Fantasies II and III from their native Japanese. RPGs were wildly popular in Japan, where millions would line up to purchase the latest Dragon Quest game, but they had never reached that level of popularity in North America. Bolstered by being one of the earliest titles available for the Super Nintendo after its North American launch in late 1991, Final Fantasy IV had sold well outside of Japan. Square was planning to localize Final Fantasy V, which would be released as Final Fantasy III in North America, but they ended up canceling the project. Officially, Square claimed that the tone of the game was too different from the other games in the series, and that it was just too difficult for North American gamers. They considered releasing it as a spin-off under the title Final Fantasy Extreme, but that was also canceled. This is really a shame because Final Fantasy V is an excellent game and was one of series creator Hironobu Sakaguchi's personal favorites. Luckily, Final Fantasy VI wouldn't suffer the same fate. Development for the game began shortly after the completion of Final Fantasy V and took about a year to finish. For the first time, series creator Hironobu Sakaguchi took on a more supervisory role as producer and let others take the lead in development. Sakaguchi had been promoted to executive vice president at Square, so he no longer had the time to be as intimately involved with the project as he had been on previous games. This time, the game was co-directed by the team of Yoshinori Kitase, who handled the scenario, and Hiroyuki Ito, who was responsible for the battle system. Yoshinori Kitase had previously worked on Seiken Densetsu, which was released as Final Fantasy Adventure in North America. He would go on to direct Chrono Trigger and was the producer for Kingdom Hearts. Hiroyuki Ito had worked on all 5 previous Final Fantasy games and would contribute to many future games in the main franchise, as well as Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy Tactics. The world of the game abandons the high fantasy of previous entries for one influenced by the steampunk aesthetic. The story was a collaborative effort and features a whopping 14 playable characters on the final roster. The designers didn't want there to be only one main character, so they made sure most of the 14 have a detailed backstory and dramatic arcs. While the world may feature magic and fantastic machines, the characters are more grounded and relatable. Once again, the characters and enemies were beautifully painted by artist Yoshitaka Amano and have been replicated in the game more accurately than ever before. Series composer Nobuyo Uematsu also returned and delivered a soundtrack that's so memorable and moving that you'll hardly believe it's coming out of your Super Nintendo. The soundtrack was so popular it was pressed on vinyl, certainly an uncommon occurrence for a 16-bit video game. The original English translation was written by Ted Woolsey, and although it makes some concessions due to Nintendo's policies at the time, it does a good job of capturing the humor and emotion of the original Japanese while having a unique charm of its own. One of the game's most innovative features is the ability to have a second player join in the battles. Most RPGs are a solitary experience, but Final Fantasy VI can be played actively with a friend. So of course the game was a massive success when it released in 1994. The game sold over 2.5 million copies in Japan alone, and when it released in North America 6 months later, it immediately topped the monthly sales charts. The game received universal acclaim from players and critics, winning many Best of awards in '94. With 3.42 million copies sold, Final Fantasy VI went on to be the 12th best-selling Super Nintendo game of all time, and unless you count A Link to the Past, it was the #1 best-selling RPG. According to Sakaguchi, Final Fantasy VI was not commercially successful outside of Japan, but I think Squaresoft's expectations were just too lofty, because Final Fantasy VI wasn't just extremely popular, it was a watershed moment for RPGs. This was a cinematic experience that felt like an interactive movie, and it brought RPGs closer to the mainstream than ever before. After Final Fantasy VI, we never missed another mainline release in the series here in North America, and it wasn't long before Square started releasing translated versions of some of the older games that they'd skipped. In modern times, Final Fantasy VI is still a favorite among players and critics alike. The gameplay still holds up, and the story still feels relevant over 30 years later. When IGN released their list of the top Super Nintendo games of all time, they ranked Final Fantasy VI at number 4. Final Fantasy VI has been re-released many times, first on the PlayStation as part of Final Fantasy Anthology. It was also ported to the Game Boy Advance, PC, mobile platforms, and the Pixel remaster is available for many modern platforms. I personally prefer the original Super Nintendo version, and if you'd like to play that on more modern equipment, it is one of the games preloaded on the SNES Classic Mini. Modern players that attempt this game will still have to deal with all of the challenges retro games are notorious for. It's easy to lose track of what you need to do in this game, which could lead to hours of aimless wandering. The enemies are vicious and the bosses fight dirty. Make one too many mistakes, and it'll be game over. But what if I told you where to find every secret item and hidden treasure? What if I showed you secret tricks and glitches that can turn Sabin into a Moogle, allow you to permanently recruit a ghost, or even travel back in time? And what if I showed you the best strategies for defeating every boss? Even Kefka himself? Well, on today's episode of You Can Beat Video Games, we'll learn all of that and more. If you're new to the channel, we're doing deep dives on retro video games and giving you the professional strategies that can be used by the casual gamer. Please make sure to subscribe and check out youcanbeatvideogames.com for episode lists, news, and official You Can Beat Video Games merchandise. And please join our Patreon for access to an exclusive Discord community and a chance to vote on future episodes. Let's get started. All right. Final Fantasy VI. As this game loads up, get ready for one of the most epic title screens on the Super Nintendo. I mean, most games are like Krusty's Funhouse, press start. But this game does things a little bit differently. I mean, the title is literally on fire. En fuego, if you will. You can press a button to cancel out of this sequence at any time so you can start up a new game or continue one of your saved ones, but if you get sucked in watching the burning title, it will eventually roll into the opening story sequence, and then you'll either have to watch that or reset the game. As the title smolders and fades away, we pan down on the town of Narshe, and I gotta say it, that is an alarming amount of lightning above the city. Perhaps a freak weather system, a perfect storm of wind and ice is about to descend upon the town. Or maybe it's just a dark omen of what's to come. Long ago, the War of the Magi reduced the world to a scorched wasteland, and magic simply ceased to exist. But 1,000 years have passed. Iron, gunpowder, and steam engines have been rediscovered, and high technology reigns. But 1,000 years is a long time. As generations go by, people forget the pain and the suffering of the past. And there are some who would enslave the world by reviving the dread destructive force known as magic. Could it be that those in power are on the verge of repeating a senseless and deadly mistake? We stand on the brink of total war, and I am afraid. Because if my time playing video games taught me one thing, it's that war never changes. Here on this icy cliff outside the town of Narshe, we're introduced to 3 characters that come riding in on magically infused mech suits known as Magitech armor. The 2 leading are Wedge and Vicks, although in most later translations it would be Wedge and Biggs, like in the Star Wars, or you can say from the Final Fantasy series, because there are characters named Wedge and Biggs in at least 10 of the mainline games, and a lot of the spin-offs like Final Fantasy Tactics. Instead, in this early translation, we have Vicks like the cough medicine, but don't worry if you're a fan of the Force. In this game, we'll be rebelling against a fascist empire led by a power-hungry emperor and his second-in-command that does most of the dirty work. They use ancient magic and powerful technology to oppress the people of this world, and wait, are we sure this isn't a Star Wars? In any case, I like this little fourth wall break here. They say that the slave crown will ensure that Terra will follow orders, and since we will be controlling the game, it's almost like a little nod to us. The 3 march off as the wind howls in the background. As we ride our mechs of mass destruction towards the unsuspecting town below, the snow begins to fall. A storm is brewing on the horizon, and it has nothing to do with the weather. Pandora's box has been opened, and magic is back. 1,000 years ago, it almost wiped out all of humanity. What will it do today? Only time will tell. Every time I see this opening scene and hear this music, it takes me back to Christmas morning in December of 1994. I was blown away by this as a child. I mean, video games don't start like this, with 3D sequences and opening credits. That's the kind of thing that you see in movies. And I have to admit that it still gets me excited today. I already know what's going to happen to these characters, but I can't wait to experience it again. As the town of Narshe rises up in the background, we begin to see fires in the windows, signs of life, of people in this cold, icy wasteland. I sure hope these people have Gundam insurance, because if there really is an Esper here, the creatures that are the source of all magic, well then these three will stop at nothing to get it. They will burn this town to the ground, and then they'll set fire to the ashes if necessary. And with that they head towards the lights in town below, faster than the speed of sound, faster than we thought we'd go, beneath the sound of hope. That's going to bring us within the city limits, where we'll finally gain control of the party. The first thing we want to do is go into the menu so we can put everyone in the back row. Being in the back row prevents 50% of the damage from non-ranged enemy physical attacks. In this menu, you can change the battle mode from active to wait, and you can also adjust the battle speed, which is how fast the enemies act in combat. That's essentially a difficulty slider, so if you want the game to be easier, put it on 6, and if you want a greater challenge, put it on 1. I highly recommend setting the cursor to memory so that it will remember the last thing that you did. That'll make it faster to do that action again. There are a ton of options for customizing your windows here. Some of them are extremely garish, and others are more pleasant to look at. This is going to be a long game, so make sure to pick something that you like. Here you can see Terra's starting stats. 39 magic power is very high. Not as high as Realm, but it is one of the higher starting magic powers in the game. Up here, we'll experience our first battle. These guards are weak to poison, and Terra has special Magitech abilities, so press Y to switch between active characters until you find her, and then use the Bioblast. Now if you hold R and L, you can run from battle, but only characters with a full turn bar can run away. So we can make Wedge and Vicks run away so that Terra will get all of the experience points. Don't get too attached to Wedge and Vicks Nikeah. Those two won't be with us for very long, which is why we want to power up Terra. Over here on the right, we can fight an optional battle against this Lobo. Lobos are weak against fire, but considering they only have 27 HP, they're pretty much weak against everything. We won't be able to do much exploring or find any treasures wearing these bulky mech suits, so we just want to head up here. Now if you go around that middle grate, you can avoid a battle here, but if you prefer to fight the battle, you can step on this spot. It's just 2 Lobos, so we can experiment with some of our various Magitech abilities. The Ice Beam might be fun to use, and Terra's Tech Missile is her most powerful Magitech for use against an individual enemy. I'm not sure why Terra's special magic is a missile, but you can't run away from this one, so we'll have to divide up the experience points, and it looks like everyone gained a level. But that's not the end of the encounter here. Before we can react, we're attacked by 2 guards, and these guys are still weak against poison, so we'll use the Bioblast strategy, and this time we can run away, so we'll make Wedge and Vicks get off the screen if possible, so that Terra can reap the rewards. Now I want you to see that when you level up in this game, you only gain HP and MP. None of your other stats increase. The only way to gain permanent stats in this game is to level up while equipped with specific Espers, which you won't get until later in the game. This is a pincer attack, and the enemies are at a big advantage here. Not only are there no rows, so we don't get any benefit from being in the back row here, but if you get hit in the back by an enemy, you take increased damage. We also can't run away until we clear out the enemies over here on the left, and this time we only want one of our characters to run away so that Terra gains more experience points, but not enough to take her up to level 5. It may be overly conservative, but if your characters reach level 5, it unlocks an ability for this next set of enemies, which is not normal in this game. This is definitely not Final Fantasy VIII where the enemies level up with you, and I believe that the Vo Mammoths are the only enemies in the game that work this way. So as long as we are level 4 or lower, the Vo Mammoths won't be able to use their Blizzard ability, and we should be able to remove them easily. Also, if any of your characters get low on health, we can use the Heal Force ability, which is very powerful and totally free. This is by far the most powerful set of enemies we've encountered thus far, but Terra's Bioblaster can still clear them out in one shot. And we're going to level up to level 5 now, but there aren't any Vo Mammoths ahead, so we're safe. As you can see, no stat growth here at level 5, so you might be asking yourself, well then why are we bothering to level up at all? And that's a good question, but there are some very good reasons why we don't want to be at a terribly low level. Most importantly, your level is a multiplier that increases how much damage you deal in combat. It increases both physical and magical attacks, but it matters twice as much for the physical ones. Also keep in mind that this same damage calculation is used for monsters, so higher level monsters will hit harder. Also, some characters like Terra here unlock abilities as they level up. Terra learns magic spells, so while we don't want to go out of our way to level up in this game, we don't want to be severely underleveled either. We use the Confuser ability here, which is another one of Terra's specials, and that will confuse all of the monsters on the screen, which will make them attack each other. That's pretty powerful, and it also turns them backwards so that we can deal extra damage. Over here we'll find our first save point. If you get annihilated by enemies in this game, you'll be sent back to the last place where you saved. You'll actually get to keep any experience points or levels that you gained, but you won't be able to keep anything else that you found, so make sure to save as often as possible. Now you may have noticed that there are random monster encounters in this cavern. Most of the time it's going to be 3 were-rats, and that's what we have here, but about 37% of the time it will be a were-rat and a repo man, which is also not that big of a deal. Now of course the percentages you see in this video are approximate, but they should be close enough to give you a good sense of the frequency in which monsters appear. You can run away from the monsters here if you want to, but they're pretty easy to defeat with our Magitech armors, so we'll keep pushing onwards. Terra has the ability to use Cure Magic outside of battle. This does deplete her MP, but it's a very good idea, especially right before we fight this boss. Once we approach the gate, Vicks will smash it using his Magitech armor, and then we'll have one last opportunity to cure the party before heading upwards, where we'll meet the boss. The first boss is a monster called Welk. Welk is actually 2 enemies. There is a head and a shell, and if you defeat either of them, it will clear the boss. The head only has 1500 hit points, while the shell has 50,000 hit points, so we want to focus our attacks on the head, not the shell. Also, if you hit the shell, it triggers a devastating counterattack, which will hit one or all of our party members, so we certainly want to avoid that. Instead, have Wedge and Vicks use a beam on the head and have Terra use Tech Missile. But for the second round, we're going to have all of our party members use Heal Force. That will allow the head to go into the shell, and we won't accidentally queue up an attack that hits the shell when the head isn't there anymore. After that round of Heal Force, we're just going to wait for the head to emerge, and as soon as it pops out, we're going to hit it with another pair of beams from Wedge and Vicks, and we'll have Terra use her Tech Missile. This will probably be enough to end the fight, but if it's not, do another round of Heal Force and then wait for the head to go into the shell and pop out again. Remember, you do not want to hit the shell. The counterattack is serious. And that's it. We've defeated Welk. You generally don't gain any experience points for defeating bosses in this game, but we do get a potion. Yay! Now you may be wondering, can you actually destroy the shell? Well, the answer is yes. If you're determined to destroy the shell, be ready for a long fight. Wedge and Vicks don't deal nearly as much damage with their beams as Terra can deal with her tech missiles, so we want to have them focus on using heal force. Once Terra hits with her tech missile, you'll see the Mega Volt counterattack. This time it only hit one of our party members, but it could hit all of them. Use heal force to keep everyone's health high before Terra uses another tech missile. And eventually, the shell will run out of magic points. So the Mega Volt counterattack actually costs magic points for the shell to activate. So eventually, it will run out of MP and it won't be able to use the Mega Volt anymore. Now I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here so you can see what that looks like. And here the Mega Volt doesn't work because the shell needs MP, and at this point we're just doing an all-out attack. I think it took at least 15 minutes to destroy the shell, and it may have taken significantly longer. It took so long that I wondered for a while if it was actually going to work. But here you can see that it is possible to destroy the shell, and for our troubles we'll get a tincture instead of a potion, which I guess is a little bit better, but really not much. After defeating the boss, there are still random encounters in the cave above where the boss was, so if any of your characters are low on HP after the fight with Welk, make sure that Terra cures them outside of battle. And we can see Terra's Esper ability here, which can rapture an enemy out of this plane of existence. And we're just going to keep working our way to this stairway, which leads to the frozen Esper. This is the Tritok Esper, and it may have been frozen here for almost 1,000 years, yet it still seems to have some sort of consciousness buried beneath that layer of ice. As the trio approaches the frozen Esper, it seems to respawn to Terra. Then the creature begins emitting an eerie light. This concerns Wedge and Vicks, and then Wedge is gone. And Vicks, he's gone too. Were they teleported to another plane of existence, or just disintegrated without a trace? All I know is that's the last we'll hear from Wedge and Vicks Vapo-Rub. As the Esper melds with Terra, the scene fades to black. We wake up in a bed in the town of Narshe with absolutely no explanation for how we got here. Magic, I guess. The old man who owns the house is named Arvis, and he's a friendly fellow who's been taking care of Terra while she recovered. Terra has severe memory problems related to being forced to wear that slave crown, and she struggles to even remember her own name. So it's at this point in the game that we get the opportunity to name her. We're going to stay with the default names just to keep things from getting confusing, but feel free to name Terra whatever you want. I know the developers didn't want there to be any one main character in this game, but if you were forced to pick one, it would definitely be Terra. She's the catalyst for the events that happen in the story, and she has one of the most dynamic character arcs. We're being hunted by agents of the Empire, and they've arrived at Arvis's front door. It appears that we need to urgently flee this house, but we actually have as much time as we need here. So head over here on the left and examine this clock. We'll find a hidden elixir, which is a consumable item that can restore a character's HP and MP to full. We're going to need Terra to make some melee attacks in the next area, so we'll move her to the front row. And if you examine your inventory, you'll see that there are 2 sleeping bags there that definitely weren't there before. I'm not sure if Arvis gave them to us, but we're happy to have them. It would have been nice if maybe he gave us a coat as well, because it appears that Terra is wearing a 2-piece bathing suit with some wild purple shoulder pads. It looks like the Empire picked her up when she was sunbathing on the beach somewhere. And maybe this outfit was comfortable while riding in a Magitech armor, but it's gotta be cold now. I hope that fire magic can keep us warm. Most of the enemies that we'll face in this small cave are were-rats, which we can easily defeat just by attacking. We want to save our magic points for using cure magic between battles, and we should only use curative magic during a battle if it's an emergency. There's a save point here, so we will save the game. If you need to use a sleeping bag to restore your hit points or magic, you can, but we look to be okay. Do not collect the treasure chests in this cave. We'll have an opportunity to get better treasures later in the game, assuming that we haven't collected them already. One of those chests actually will contain a pod bracelet later, which is a very powerful relic, and if we collect that chest now, we'll just get a phoenix down, which is something we'll be able to buy at most stores. When we get to this part of the cave, we'll suddenly be cornered by some Imperial soldiers, but in a stroke of luck, we fall through the ground to a lower cavern. Terra appears to be okay at first, but as she takes a few steps forward, she suddenly succumbs to her injuries. As she lies face down in the cold, dark cave, Terra's memories come flooding back to her. These may be Terra's memories, but this is our first introduction to Kefka Palazzo, one of video games' most evil characters. It seems that he was the one who put the slave crown on Terra, and he's the one that's been using her as a weapon. In this horrifying scene, we witness Terra's memory of Kefka forcing her to kill what appears to be their own soldiers. Much like the Joker in Batman, Kefka is the kind of guy that just wants to watch the world burn. And just in case you weren't sure who the bad guys are, in this memory, we see the Emperor of the Empire, Geshtal. Standing in front of a large crowd of soldiers, Geshtal claims that not only will they revive the force of magic, but it is their destiny to do so. And as they all give fascist salutes and yell, "Long live Emperor Geshtal," Terra hides in the background. So that's what we're up against. But there's no more memories for now. As Terra lies injured in the cave, everything fades to black. We cut back to Arvis's house, where a new character bursts in through the back door. It's Locke Cole. Locke sees himself as an Indiana Jones-style treasure hunter, but this guy has definitely done some crimes. He has a very high starting speed stat, and speed is related to how fast your turn bar fills up in combat, so characters with higher speed will get their turn more often, especially in longer battles. Locke has the special ability to steal from enemies, and early on in the game this will allow us to stock up on basic items, and later on we'll be able to steal some very good equipment. Locke's chance to make a successful steal is related to how high his level is, so that's just another reason why you don't want your levels to be too low in the early game. Locke has a bit of a hero complex, so when Arvis told him that Terra was in trouble, he immediately sets out to save her. I have no idea how he knew she was down in this cave, but it's a good thing that he did, because the Empire's troops have just shown up. This is about to be a group battle. There's not too many of these in the game, but we're going to have 3 separate groups here. Locke will lead one of the groups, and the other 2 will be composed entirely of Moogles. The group on the left is led by the Moogle Mog, who will be one of our permanent party members later on in the game, and that group is by far the most powerful of the 3, but we may want to use the group led by Locke to fight the boss so that we can use Locke's stealing ability to get a new weapon. If we bump into any of the enemies here, we'll have to fight them, but it's possible to avoid all of them but the boss if you know what you're doing. Wait over here in this corner on the left side. We're going to wait for 2 of these enemies to pass us by. So once that second one goes past, carefully walk to the center. Now we will wait here. Once that third enemy gets out of the way, we can walk up this way and go right to the boss. It actually makes sense to have Mog fight at least one battle here so that he can learn the Dusk Requiem. Mog's special ability is called Dance, and he learns new dances by fighting in different environments, so he'll learn the Dusk Requiem by fighting in these caves. And you'll see at the end of the battle it says he mastered a new dance, and before we switch off of Mog, we want to unequip him because he has some good gear that our other characters will be able to use, and we won't see Mog again for some time. This allows us to equip Locke with the Mithril Shield, a very nice upgrade for him, before we face this boss. Like many other enemies in this game, the Marshal unlocks new attacks when he is the only enemy left on the battlefield, and he will have an ability called Charge if he's alone, which is a very powerful attack. Taking this into consideration, what we want to do is take out one of the Lobos, but leave the other one on the battlefield while we focus our attacks on the Marshal. We also want Locke to keep stealing from the Marshal until he gets that Mithril Knife, and we don't want to end this battle until we actually get it. The Mithril Knife is not a huge upgrade, and we can certainly live without it, but it is nice to have, and it's not very difficult to get. Once you have the Mithril Knife, have everyone focus their attacks on the Marshal, and once he's out of the way, finish off the second Lobo to win the fight. With the Marshal defeated, the other enemies must have run off because the group battle is over. Locke thanks the Moogles for their help, then scoops up Terra off the cave floor and runs for the exit. Locke, being the treasure hunter that he is, knows about a sketchy secret exit that can be used to escape from town. This is especially useful when we're trying to evade the authorities, and it will be handy again later in the game when we want to sneak back into the city. So definitely make a mental note of where this hidden passage is, and it seems that Terra has come around. Locke is shocked to hear that Terra has amnesia, but he really shouldn't be. This is Final Fantasy. Amnesia is pretty common around here. Locke promises to stay with Terra until her memory returns, which sounds like quite the commitment. Amnesia like that could take years to recover from, if ever. After exiting the secret passage, if we try to go back into town, we'll be met with some resistance. So yeah, it doesn't look like we'll have an opportunity to explore the rest of Narshe right now. Before we go though, there is one building we can get into, and if we talk to this guy, he'll step out of the way and allow us to enter the classroom. One of the first things we'll find here is a recovery spring. It's in this small pot, but it will restore your HP and MP completely to full. The recovery spring is totally free and it will always be here, So later in the game, don't waste any money staying at the inn, just come back to the classroom if you want to restore your health when you're in the town of Narshe. You may have noticed a treasure chest in this room, but this one is a trap. Inside is a Lobo, which is a fairly harmless monster that we can easily defeat. Lobos are weak against fire magic, but a couple physical attacks should do it. It only has 27 hit points. This Lobo is more of a warning that some of the treasure chests in this game could contain more than you bargained for. And in fact, some of the most dangerous enemies that we will encounter will be found within chests. Make sure to equip the mithril knife if you haven't done so already, and this guy will tell us about relics, which we won't find until a little bit later in the game. Don't miss the tincture, which is hidden in the pot in the upper right corner of the room. And then we can head back down here, but there are 2 more rooms over to the left, and each one of them contains a treasure chest, so we certainly want to grab these before we leave, especially the one in this room, which is a sleeping bag. Sleeping bags can only be used in places where you can save the game, so outside of a battle on the world map or at a save point, but they are very useful when you can use them because they essentially function as an elixir, restoring one character's HP and MP to full. It also cures most negative status ailments, but a sleeping bag will not bring a character back from the dead because you won't be able to select a dead character with the sleeping bag. Of course, the upgrade for a sleeping bag is a tent, which we'll be able to purchase or find a little bit later on in the game. And tents work just like the sleeping bag, except that it will work for the entire party, and it can revive dead characters. In the last room on the left, we'll learn some advanced battle tactics. We will definitely encounter enemies that employ Reflect, which will cause our spells to be bounced back at our own party members. So we'll want to watch out for that, and we'll also hear about the Life 3 spell, which is very advanced magic that we won't get until much later in the game, but it will allow a character that dies to immediately come back to life, so it's good to know that that exists. The last treasure chest in the classroom is contained in the upper left corner of this room, and it just contains a tonic, which is a very basic healing item, but it is something that we might use, so we will want to grab it. Once we've looted the classroom of treasure and valuable knowledge, we'll make our way back out through the entrance, and it will finally be time to leave the town of Narshe behind. At least for now. This is the very first time you can save in the overworld, and if you can manage to make it all the way to the floating continent without saving again, dying, or turning off the system, you can see that our old save still exists, so don't save now, but if you can get this far, we can do the early airship trick. You need to get to this point on the floating continent where you can return to the airship, and then we want to actually return to it. When you get here, don't go down into the cabin, just immediately lift off, and we want to fly around for a little bit. You don't have to fly around for very long, but we are very close to getting this trick to work, so we definitely want to make sure that this fly around counts. It takes a good 6 or 7 hours to get to the floating continent, so making it this far is tough. Once you've flown around a bit, immediately go back to the floating continent. Choose 3 people to be in your party, and you won't have to fight all of the enemies that you fought on the deck of the airship again. You'll just go right back to the floating continent this time. Now, all we need to do is die. So we're going to move everyone to the front row, that'll make them take more damage, And we just need to encounter an enemy. Any old enemy will do, because we're going to help the enemies out by hitting our own party members. So fight your own party until they all die. Well, they don't have to all die. If one of them were to turn to stone, maybe, that would also count. Terra has a weapon that can do that, so we should be able to get it to work. And there it is. And now Locke just has to finish the battle, and our party will be annihilated. 85 health left, not much longer now. Once our party is killed, we're going to respawn all the way back near Narshe. But here's the interesting part. We're going to respawn in the airship. Now, do not land the airship, and don't go to the cabin of the airship. Just stick to flying it around. Once we land the airship, it's going to disappear, so we need to be strategic about where we touch down. Over here near the city of Zozo could be good, but I prefer to land near G-Door so that we can go to the shops here and pick up some better equipment. We can save now, and we definitely should save now, because playing the game this way is a little bit glitchy, and we could do something that would cause the game to freeze up. Over in G-Door, we'll buy the best equipment we can afford, and then we can ride a chocobo to the city of Zozo. We decided to land our early airship in this area so that we are close enough to getting the permanent airship, and that's what we're trying to do next. Along the way though, we'll be able to see some very interesting glitches, and the first of those will be at the end of the next area. So ride your way up to the city of Zozo, and this city is hostile and filled with enemies, so be ready for that. You need to work your way to the top of the cafe, where you'll see this scene. Terra meets herself in bed, and then they talk about her in the third person. It seems kinda weird, but maybe being in two places at the same time is just kinda normal for a half Esper person. It's hard to say. Now, if you think that's cool, at the end of this scene, our party looks normal, but once we get outside, you'll notice that many of our party members have been replaced with Moogles. Yeah, Moogles with funny names too, like Kutan and Kumama. Sadly, these Moogles are much weaker than the characters that they replace, and you won't be able to change their equipment. However, we will need to bring Kutan along to the next area. And you can see these Moogles in action here. Very weak, but they are very cute, so we'll give them a pass. Head back to G-Door, where one of our Moogle friends will be mistaken for the famous opera singer Maria. No, I don't think I can see it. This is also where we get to name Setzer, and that is very important for us to do if we want to get a permanent airship. The airship is somehow connected to Setzer. It is his airship after all. So read that letter from the Wandering Gambler, name Setzer, and we will be one step closer towards getting the early permanent airship. If you've played the game before, you know that the next thing we need to do is go to the Opera House, and that's where things get really interesting, because Terra is not supposed to be in the party right now, so the game doesn't remove her during this scene. If you switch to Terra as the party leader, and then head over to Celis's dressing room, well, it'll be Terra talking to her instead of Locke. But that's nothing. Make sure to save before you do this, but if Terra's the party leader, after speaking to Celis, you'll be in control of Terra, not Celis, and then you can walk her out on the stage and have Terra perform the opera. Of course, when Terra starts singing, she looks like this. Yeah, that's pretty weird, or maybe it's just normal for part Esper people to start exploding whenever they sing. Hard to say. In any case, this will eventually crash the game, so what we need to do is make sure that Locke is the party leader whenever we talk to Celis. This doesn't completely solve our problem, because after this short conversation, we will suddenly be in control of an invisible character. It's kinda hard to see here in the video, but you'll just have to trust me on that. We're in control of something invisible. Now, don't lose track of where you are on the screen. If you talk to Locke again, he says check the score. But if you talk to Celis as the invisible character, we'll see the same conversation again, but this time it will slowly move closer and closer to the door, and whenever the conversation concludes, we will be pushed out of the door, and that will fix the glitch. Not only does it fix the glitch, but you may have noticed that Celis, or I guess I should say Kutan, is no longer in her Moogle form, and now she can wander around the opera house in her opera costume, which is something we were never able to do before. After this scene, Kutan will no longer appear as a Moogle, but she will still have her same old Moogle abilities, which is terribly unfortunate. Once we get back to the dressing room, we can go on with the show, and we'll need to complete the opera as normal. So make sure you know all of your lines and finish the singing part, and that will bring us to the second part of the opera where we'll need to fight a battle, and you can see the end of that, which looks funny with Terra and a Moogle on stage. But at the end of the performance, Setzer will kidnap Kutan, and then we will all go aboard his airship. Now we need to complete all of the events at Vector, all the way through the Magitech research facility. So once we get out of there, we will finally have an airship that we'll be able to use. It's not the fully functioning airship. We won't be able to use it to change our party just yet. And once we get out of Vector, we'll get to see this amusing scene where Locke says he's worried about Terra, and then Setzer says, "Terra? Who's that?" Well, you know, she's the one standing right next to Locke. Is she invisible or something? Even better, whenever we get back to Zozo, we'll be in control of Terra during this scene that takes place in the Esper world. It's a little bit like that movie Back to the Future, except in a strange twist on the story, Terra will actually hook up with her own mother, and you guessed it, she'll become her own father. Yeah, that may sound pretty weird, but perhaps it's just normal for people who are part Espers. Who's to say? No. This time I'm definitely gonna say it. Being your own father, that's pretty weird no matter how you look at it. To get a fully functioning airship, we'll need to complete all of the events at Thamasa, but after all of that, we will finally have an airship that will let us change party members. Once we have the fully functioning early airship, there are a lot of interesting tricks that we can do, but we'll check those out a little bit later. Let's get back to the actual game. From Narshe, we're going to head southwest to the desert kingdom of Figaro. The enemies that you encounter along the way will differ depending on the terrain. We hit these enemies in the forest, but if we had encountered enemies in the desert, they would be something different. Both Leafers and Dark Winds are weak against fire magic, so we can have Terra multi-target them by pressing R. Most spells will deal more concentrated damage when targeting a single enemy, but considering those other enemies were weak against fire and had low HP, a single casting of fire was enough to clear them all out. These enemies are not weak against fire, but they aren't resistant to it either, so we'll be able to deal average damage to all of them. After that first fire spell, Locke can now attack and kill any enemy that he targets, and we'll use another fire spell to clear out the remaining enemies. And that's it, we've won another battle. It looks like Terra leveled up and she learned the Antidote spell. That spell will allow her to remove the poison status, but none of our characters are poisoned right now, so we'll just have her cast Cure on herself, and then considering that we're outside in the overworld, we can save the game. But we made it to Figaro Castle without meeting another monster. Once we get to the door, it looks like we're going to be blocked at first, but then the guard tells us to proceed. These two guards will not move out of the way and will tell us to go see the king, so that's what we'll want to do next. This guy says that the castle incorporates some sort of top secret technology, and is air conditioning top secret? Because I'm sure seeing a whole lot of fans around here. There, seated on the throne, is none other than the king himself, Edgar Rice-A-Roni Figaro. Now, if you don't like the name Edgar, we'll have the opportunity to rename him now, but as usual, we're going to leave all of the names untouched to keep this guide from getting confusing. So, Edgar it is. It may be worth noting at this time that much later in the game we'll be able to get an item that will let you rename a character, so if at some point you decide you don't like somebody's name, you're never totally locked in. Before Terra can leave the throne room, Edgar takes this opportunity to shoot his shot. It's hard to blame the guy. Not only does Terra have the fantastic ability to conjure magic, she also has green hair. You're definitely not going to find very many women like that around here. But Terra is not into it. Maybe she doesn't appreciate his aggressiveness, or maybe she just can't see herself with a man that has a longer ponytail than her own, but in any case, Edgar can read the situation and leaves her alone. Now we can finally explore the castle. We probably want to do a little bit of shopping, and there's also some hidden treasure to find, so we'll head up these stairs where we'll find our first chest. That one contains a phoenix down. We can take a look at the view from the tallest tower, but there's nothing up there, so we'll head back downstairs, where we can talk to this guard who has some serious concerns about the Emperor's power. And if we head into this room, we can find a very specialized store that sells tools. Don't buy the auto crossbow, but you may want to pick up the noise blaster and the bio blaster, which will enable special abilities for Edgar once we get him on the team. The bio blaster is especially useful, so before you buy anything else, make sure to purchase that item. Sell some of your other stuff if you don't have enough money. We actually have quite a bit of cash right now, so we can blow it on some consumables over at the item shop. Phoenix downs, sleeping bags, and tents would all come in handy, so feel free to pick up a few of those if you have the money. Those were the only two shops in the castle, but there are a ton of other characters to meet and interact with. If you just want to advance the story, we need to visit the matron in the Western Tower so that we can learn a little more about Edgar's twin brother. But before we do that, we're going to check out this tower over here on the eastern side. This part is of course optional, but if you go to the top of this tower, we'll be able to talk to another guard and he will tell us that weapons and armor that are manufactured here get sent to South Figaro, which is a location we hadn't heard about yet. From here, we can go back inside the castle, but we can also walk around the outside if we want to get to the other tower. So we'll just stay out here and you can walk behind that tall tower, and we'll just continue over here to the left side of the map. And here is that western tower that we needed to visit. This part is not optional, so make sure to go inside here and speak to the matron to learn about Edgar's twin brother. Now, this story seems very sad and rather personal for the matron to be telling to a total stranger like Terra, but she tells of a time when the previous king, Edgar's father, was dying. Edgar seems to have accepted his father's fate, while his brother appears to be in denial. And then we get the opportunity to name Sabin. Now, I know that Sabin is a real name, so maybe that's the correct way to pronounce this character's name, but I feel like Sabin is the more common pronunciation, so that's what I'm going to go with. This child says that the king promised to marry her when she gets older, which begs the question, is there a single woman in this entire kingdom that Edgar hasn't hit on? In any case, after speaking to the matron, all we need to do is return to the throne room, but on the way back, we can stop at the inn, which just so happens to be completely free. So that's pretty awesome. We can take a rest here to restore our HP and MP. The inn here in Figaro Castle is always free, so stop back here anytime that you need a rest. It sounds like Edgar has tried to hit on the two women that work here at the inn, as well as the High Priestess. Yeah, hearing it said out loud definitely doesn't feel good. Before we go back to the throne room, there's a few other places we can explore. Down the stairs to the left, we'll meet a peculiar old man standing in front of a large switch. He claims to be ready to leave at a moment's notice and will block us from going down the stairway on the left. If we head down here on the right, we'll find the castle prison. If the prisoners get close enough to their cell doors, we can speak with them, but most of them don't have anything terribly interesting to say. That is with the exception of the strange wolfman over on the far right. That's Lone Wolf the Pickpocket, and we'll definitely run into him again. Although we'll actually run into all of these guys later on in the game. There's no treasure to find down here at the moment, so we'll head back up the stairs and start making our way back towards the throne room. So we'll head straight up the middle of the castle and then follow the red carpet to the throne room. Before we go inside, we can speak with the Chancellor, who tells us that the decision of which brother became the king was settled with a coin toss. Interesting. Speaking with Edgar triggers the next event. It seems that someone from the Empire is here to see the king, and as that music plays, it could only be Kefka. Kefka seems rather upset that he's been assigned to visit Edgar out here in the desert, especially considering that there's sand in his boots. Oh no. Now, I'd say that this court jester costume may not be the best choice for hiking through the sand, but at least Kefka is able to have a good laugh about it. Kefka casually shoves a guard out of the way and barges into the castle. It's like he owns the place. At this point, we are in control of Edgar, and we can talk to the two soldiers before we speak to Kefka. but we will have to eventually talk to this clown. Of course, Kefka is here to try to recapture Terra. Well, here comes the moment of truth. Can we really trust this Edgar guy? Or are we about to be sold out? Edgar says, "You see, there are more girls here than grains of sand out there. I can't keep track of them all." Well, it's good to know that Edgar is someone trustworthy. Unfortunately, lying to Kefka will have severe consequences. We're not going to get away with this that easily. Edgar tells Locke to escort Terra to her room, and if we want to advance the story, we will want to follow Locke right now, but we don't have to. If you want to, you can actually leave the castle right now and start fighting monsters. But we do want to advance the story, so we'll follow behind Locke, and he will lead us out here, and from here we want to go inside the East Tower. Randomly, there's a bed here on the landing between the two stairways in the East Tower, and Locke tells us that he's working with Edgar as part of the Returners, an organization that is trying to fight back against the Empire. The Returners are few, and right now they don't have much hope against the powerful Empire. But maybe, just maybe, with Terra's help, with the aid of her magic, maybe they would have a chance. As Terra ponders her situation, the scene fades to black. Suddenly, in the darkness, we hear some ominous music, and we cut over to Edgar's royal bedroom. Edgar wakes up fully clothed, totally normal when you're sleeping in a hot desert environment, and suddenly runs at top speed outside. It seems that Kefka has set the castle on fire. I don't know what you need to do to get solid stone to burn like that. That fire must be extremely hot. One of Kefka's soldiers makes a Beavis and Butthead reference, and when we speak to Kefka himself, he says, "Welcome to my barbecue." Well, we knew this day would come eventually. It's time to put our plan in action. At first it looks like Edgar is just trying to flee the castle, and Kefka's not wrong. It would be shameful for a king to leave his people behind as the castle burns. But this is no ordinary castle. This is Figaro. Remember all of that top secret technology we heard about? Well, this castle has the capability to drill itself into the ground and submerge below the sand. Now, if you think that sounds crazy, that's not all it can do. Not only can the castle dive below the ground, it can actually travel to another location while submerged. Yep, I'm not exactly sure how a castle can travel underneath the Earth's crust, but this one definitely can. Kefka sends 2 Magitech armors to chase us down, and it's not long before they catch up to our party. It's time for another boss battle. Now, whenever you use any sort of magic against these two, the fight will be interrupted so that we can see a short cutscene. And here is that scene right now. Seeing Terra use magic makes Edgar look like his eyes are about to explode out of their sockets, and when he explains to Locke that that was magic, M-A-G-I-C, Locke is also quite shocked. Now, I thought these guys already knew that Terra could use magic, especially considering the Empire was calling her a witch, but I guess it's a little bit of a different story to actually witness her using it in a real battle. Locke didn't bat an eye when we roasted all of those enemies on the way to the castle. But maybe he just thought they all spontaneously combusted. I guess that leafers and birds might do that sometimes. When Locke and Edgar return to formation, it's time to resume the battle. If you purchased the Noise Blaster earlier, this is great against the M-Tech armors. It is always going to work, and it will confuse the enemies, and this will make them attack themselves. When an enemy gets hit, the confusion status will go away, but it will still take a moment for that enemy to recover, and that will give us a good window to attack. Once the M-Tech armors are defeated, we'll say bravo to Figaro as we do a few donuts around Kefka and ride off into the desert. Son of a submariner. While we ride our chocobos across the desert, Terra can't stop thinking about her memories of Kefka. She asks, "Was that a bad person?" But Edgar doesn't offer her any answers. Instead, Edgar wants Terra to meet with the leader of the Returners, a man named Baren. Edgar knows that magic is going to be the key to winning this war, and he really puts his foot in his mouth when he suggests that no human is born with the ability to wield it. It just sounds like this is another organization that wants to use Terra for her magical powers, and hearing someone say that she's not quite human, well, that hurts even more. Locke convinces Terra to give the Returners another chance, but it's a very quiet ride to the next cave. There is a hidden chocobo stable in a forest to the left of the desert in this area, but you won't need it right now. Just ride the chocobo that we were given over here to the South Figaro cave and dismount right in front of it. We do have some better equipment that we can use, so we'll equip all of that, and then we'll save the game before going inside. A Figaro soldier is blocking the entrance to this cave, but whenever Edgar talks to him, he will mount his chocobo and ride away. Now we can go inside. As if to welcome us to the South Figaro cave, there's a recovery spring here in the very first room. There's even a cute little turtle in it. So make sure to get your HPs and MPs refilled, and here we have a battle against Bleeries and Hornets. Most of the enemies here in the South Figaro cave are weak against fire magic, so that's going to be an easy way to deal with them. And Edgar's auto crossbow can hit multiple enemies, so the combination of his auto crossbow and Terra's magic should be enough to take on almost anything. Since we're right next to the recovery spring, we'll hit it up again after that battle, and then we'll head on out through this door. Well, we will as soon as we fight another set of Bleeries and Hornets. We certainly know what to do this time. The combination of Terra's fire and Edgar's auto crossbow will get the job done. Locke can try to steal from either of these enemies. The Hornet's lower level, so Locke would have a slightly better chance of stealing from it, and both would yield a tonic if he were successful. We were not. This cave is another situation where we want to avoid the treasure chests. We'll be able to get better stuff later in the game if we wait. Here's something different. Crawlies are also weak against fire magic, so we can use the same technique that we used against the other enemies, but if these guys manage to survive to their second turn, they have a special attack they could use that would inflict sap on one of our characters. Sap is kind of like poison in that it deals damage over time, but sap deals damage more often, but it doesn't last after the battle ends. There's a slightly different set of encounters here in the exit caves, and just a pair of Hornets is much easier to defeat than when they were paired with that cohort of Bleeries. We didn't even need to use magic. So just make your way to this stairway, and we'll be in the final room, well, assuming we can survive this battle. It's just 3 crawlies, but it's a back attack, so it's a little bit different. In a back attack, the monsters have the advantage. They will get to take their turns first, and our rows are out of alignment, so our physical attacks won't be as effective here. Also, our characters that normally were in the back row would take more damage from physical attacks. We want to use attacks that ignore the row mechanic whenever there's a back attack, so things that are ranged or perhaps some magic. And some of our characters leveled up, so let's take a look at their stats. You'll notice that Locke has high evasion, which is unfortunate because in this game, evasion is bugged. This got fixed in some later versions of the game, but in this version, due to a programming bug, the evasion stat doesn't do anything, and instead, magic evasion handles both physical and magic attacks. So that means that evasion is essentially worthless, but magic evasion is overpowered. So if you can find some of the few items and equipment that can up your magic evasion, they are definitely worth looking for. Outside the cave, we can save the game. If you are desperately low on health and magic, you could use a tent or some sleeping bags, but we're not very far away from town. Now, before we actually go into South Figaro, let's take a look at some of the enemies you could possibly encounter out here. These grease monks are fairly unremarkable. They are weak against poison, and all they do is physical attacks. We can use our fire magic on them, but Edgar's Bio Blaster is going to be the best thing. That'll fix them. Now, there are other possible monster encounters you can find in this area, but we will see this same set of monsters in other places, so let's go into the town for now. As soon as we enter town, we see a mysterious black-clad ninja rushing between the buildings to the cafe. Let's follow him and see what he's up to. Now, the sign on the door might say cafe, but this is pretty obviously a bar. I mean, there is a literal bar in the upper right corner of the room. Now, maybe these people could be drinking orange juice or, I don't know, kombucha, but I have a feeling it's something a little bit stronger. Up here at the bar, we'll have the opportunity to name Shadow, and if we don't name him here, his name will be Shadow when we encounter him later in the game. We're going to stick with that name anyways, and we hear that he'd slit his mama's throat for a nickel. Oof. At Shadow's side is Interceptor, one of the all-time greatest video game dogs. That dog eats strangers though, so we'll leave him alone for now. Down here in the basement of the cafe, we'll run into a merchant who is just extremely rude. I don't like the way that guy talked to us. He needs to deliver some cider to an old man? Yeah, he better hope he doesn't run into us again. South Figaro has a fairly nice inn that only costs 80 gold pieces, so if you got roughed up by the monsters outside, you can spend a night here to recover. Our party is looking fairly healthy, so we'll save our money for now, but if you need it, 80 gold pieces is not a bad rate. In the upper left corner of the inn, we'll find a stairwell that leads down to a relic shop, and we haven't had the opportunity to purchase relics yet, so we'll meet this merchant who demonstrates the sprint shoes for us, and then we'll get a full-on relic tutorial from the game. Relics are very important pieces of equipment that are equipped in addition to your weapons and armor. Each character can equip up to 2 relics, and most relics can be equipped by all characters, although there are a few character-specific ones. Out of this set of relics, make sure to buy at least 1 star pendant, and purchase a jewel ring if you have money left over. Then you might want to pick up a set of sprint shoes. Those don't have any value in combat, but will make you move faster outside of combat, which is nice. Don't waste your money on the goggles. Because of that same evasion bug, the dark status ailment doesn't really do anything to our characters, with the exception of making Strago unable to learn a lore magic, but that's like an extreme corner case. So we definitely don't need a relic to prevent it. South Figaro is yet another place where we don't want to collect the treasures and items because we can get better ones later in the game. but there are a few exceptions like that phoenix down outside of the mansion. Also, most of the treasures in the interior areas are not going to get better later on, so we'll want to collect some of those now, especially some of the good treasures down in the mansion basement. We'll be required to visit the mansion basement later on in the game, but if we go visit it now, we'll be able to get a lot of money, and we'll also find 2 very useful relics. And right now, we don't have enough relics to fill all the empty slots on our characters, so 2 more good relics are going to be very helpful. So find the hidden path behind the bookshelf, and when you come down here, go straight down and you'll find another hidden stairway that leads to this prison. Inside, you'll find the hyper wrist and the running shoes. Running shoes are super awesome. Those automatically grant the wearer the haste status, which makes them faster in combat. The hyper wrist increases vigor. Vigor is this game's name for strength, so having higher vigor will make a character deal more physical damage, although the bonuses on vigor cap out at 128. In this room, we can loot 2,000 gold pieces from the chests, which is a nice little bonus this early in the game. There's even a save point down here, which is not extremely relevant right now, but it will matter later on. Once you have the treasures from the mansion basement, we can work our way back out the same way that we came. And once we get out of this mansion, it's going to be time to go shopping. Yeah, we just got 2,000 gold pieces. We should turn that into better equipment. We met a guard back in Figaro Castle that said weapons and items manufactured there would be sent to South Figaro for sale, and there are some nice wares to be purchased here. We'll pick up a regal cutlass for Terra, but most of our purchases will be here in the armor shop, where we can grab a pair of heavy shields. We want all 3 of our characters to have one of those. 3 plumed hats, 1 for everyone, a cotton robe for Terra, and a kung fu suit for Locke. Then make sure to equip all of that stuff. Locke already had the mithril shield that we stripped from Mog earlier in the game, but the other 2 characters needed shield upgrades. You can just use the optimum command to equip those weapons and armors, but later on in the game we will need to do some manual equipping. The AI for equipping weapons and items is not perfect. Over here we can find a warp stone in a barrel, and that's an item that would get worse later in the game, so make sure to get the warp stone now. Later on in the game, that warp stone would have turned into a phoenix down, which is something we can buy almost anywhere. So getting the warp stone now makes a lot of sense. Of all the treasures that change if you collect them later in the game, that warp stone is the only one that would be a significant downgrade. Hey, it's that rude merchant again, and he's up to his old tricks shoving us out of the way. I really don't like that guy. Down here in the basement of this old man's house, we'll find an item that is not going to improve with age. It's just a tonic, so it's no big deal, but we'll grab it anyways. We haven't visited the item shop yet, so we'll check that out. It's over on the far right side of town. And inside we'll be able to take a look at their wares. Not a lot of new stuff here other than the echo screen. The echo screen can cure the mute or silence status, but silence is just a temporary effect that ends at the end of a battle, so having an item to cure it is really not that important. Also, if you purchase the star pendant at the relic shop, don't waste your money on antidotes. Over here, we can meet Duncan's wife, and Duncan is a character that we've heard about several times in town. He is a martial arts sensei and has been training some people outside of town. Before we go, I want to point out that shortcut through the center of town, but that's all we need to do in South Figaro for now. So we'll leave town and we'll head north, where we'll find this small cabin. This part's optional, but this is the cabin where Duncan, the world-famous martial artist, takes his students to learn self-defense. And when we get inside, Edgar starts noticing some things. It appears that his brother Sabin has not only been here, but he brought enough stuff to stay for a while. Could you imagine rolling up to a martial arts retreat with a U-Haul full of boxes like, "Hey sensei, where can I unpack my dishes?" I know you probably have some here, but these ones have both Elmo and Big Bird on them, and they have a divider in the middle so my hot dogs don't touch my spaghettis. You can sleep on any of the beds in the cabin, and as we leave, we'll meet an old man that tells us Master Duncan has been slain, and both Sabin and Duncan's son Vargas are both missing. That's all there is to the cabin, but we'll learn more about the fate of the Master as we explore Mount Kolts. There are no monster encounters in the area just before the entrance to this cave, but once you get inside, the most common encounter you'll face is against two of these brawlers. Brawlers are always berserk, so they will only attack you, and they absorb poison, so don't use the bioblaster. Locke can steal a bandana from them, but it's a rare item, which means that even if the game registers a successful steal, you'll only have a 1 in 8 chance of getting the bandana. Now, 1 in 8 is not the most difficult odds, and the bandana is a very good helmet, so we should try to steal and get it. We can also find a new weapon, the Guardian, in this chest outside of the cave. The Guardian not only deals more damage in combat, but it also makes Locke faster, which is a nice little bonus. Here are those brawlers again. With their one-dimensional strategy of only attacking, we just need to make sure that we are healing our characters between battles, and we should have no problem defeating these guys. Keep trying to steal with Locke. Even if you get a bandana, oh, we just got one. Even if you get one bandana, it would be nice to have a couple of them, so steal from a different brawler after you are successful with the first steal. We should probably equip that bandana right now, but I'm not going to assume that everyone watching this video will have found a bandana right now, so I won't put it on just yet. Make sure to take this hidden passage on the right side of this cavern so that we can get the Atlas armlet. This is extremely useful. The Atlas armlet increases the damage dealt by physical attacks made by the wearer by 20%. This applies to Edgar's auto crossbow and will make it deal major damage to all of the enemies it hits. It's extremely noticeable. It's also worth noting if you get a second Atlas armlet that the bonus does not stack. These Tusker enemies are weak against fire, but we don't really need to use it to defeat them. The auto crossbow augmented by the Atlas armlet will deal a good bit of damage to them, and then we can finish them off with physical attacks. If a Tusker survives to its second turn, it could use its Gore attack, which deals double damage, but it's just a physical attack, so it's nothing to be too concerned about. Here we have the brawlers again, which are more likely to be seen, so we'll be seeing a lot of them, and we're going to keep trying to steal from them, but now because of the Atlas armlet, you'll notice that Edgar's auto crossbow just immediately destroys them. Remember to use your curative magic between battles. This of course is good advice in pretty much any RPG. Even in something like Elden Ring, it's a good idea to heal between fights. We need to take this rickety bridge, and we have the brawlers here again, but this time it's a side attack, which is our version of the pincer attack that the enemies can do to us. Remember, if you're doing a physical attack here, Try to attack enemies that are facing away from you. You'll deal bonus damage. We're gonna follow that shadow around the mountain, and over here there are some different enemies that we haven't encountered before. These Trillium are some of the most annoying enemies you'll meet on Mount Kolts because they can poison members of the party, and if one of your party members is poisoned, you'll need to do something about it between battles, or else you'll take damage with every step. If you do get poisoned and you have the star pendant, all you'll need to do is equip the star pendant to the poisoned character, and the poison will go away. Would you believe that we met brawlers again? This time it's a preemptive attack, so the brawlers don't stand much of a chance. The auto crossbow will clean them up quickly. This small cave takes us to another cliffside with a treasure chest on it, and this one contains a tent, which is always nice to have. Even if you don't use the tent to recover your hit points and magic at a save point, they sell for good money at stores. We'll use the fire against the Tuskers this time so you can see how that works. They are weak to it, and it does pretty good damage, but really it doesn't compare to the auto crossbow. The combination of those two will easily clear them, and Locke can steal tonics or potions from those guys. The potion is the rare steal, and you'll get that 1 in 8 times. If you're looking at the monster information, if there are 2 items listed in the steals column, the first one is always going to be the more common steal, and the second one will be the more rare item. If there's only 1 item listed, it will be a common stolen item, unless otherwise indicated, like the bandana here, which is indicated as a rare item. It would be nice to find a second bandana here, but if we only end up with the 1, that's still pretty good. You can get by without finding a bandana, but it is a decent advantage if you're able to get one. The plumed hats that we currently have equipped have a physical defense value of 14 and magic defense of 9, while the bandana has physical defense of 16 and magic defense of 10. So it's not a massive upgrade, but it's definitely an upgrade. These Serpius enemies can turn your party members to stone, and that could be a disaster, but they won't do it until their 3rd turn of combat, so if we hit them with the auto crossbow a couple times, there's no chance they'll ever get that deep into their script. In this small cave, we'll have the opportunity to save the game, and we can also heal the party using sleeping bags or a tent. We'll try out a tent, although it's probably unnecessary here. Having Terra cure the party and then using a single sleeping bag would have probably been enough, but I wanted you to see what a tent looks like. It has its own animation, and tents may look different depending on who is leading the party. Now we'll head out the right side and we'll work our way around this outer area. Out here you may have to face this combination of enemies, which is the most dangerous enemy squadron in Mount Kolts. If Edgar is equipped with the Atlas armlet, his auto crossbow will clear out most of the enemies easily, so you should have no problem with this formation. But if you don't have the Atlas armlet, make sure to get rid of the Serpius and the Trillium enemies first, because they can inflict status abnormalities upon your party. 2 Trilliums is the more common enemy formation that you'll face out here, and once again, the auto crossbow is just too good for those guys. Out here, the path winds around towards a cave in the center, and that's our ultimate goal. Before we can reach it though, we have to face the triple threat combination once again, and this time Edgar got poisoned. Well, it was bound to happen eventually. Oh no, the Tusker also used its gore ability for double damage and killed Terra. Well, that auto crossbow finally came through, but it's going to take one more attack to finish off the Trillium. We barely survived that one, so this is a good reason why you need to make sure that you are healing your party members between battles. bad stuff can happen at any time. If we had limped into that battle with lower health, we would have almost certainly been annihilated. Use Terra to cure the party, but don't worry about using her antidote spell. Instead, we're going to equip Edgar with the Star Pendant. We'll need to unequip it from Terra first, but there, we'll put it on and then we'll take it off again. And we'll return it to Terra, but you'll notice that Edgar's poison is gone, and we didn't have to use any magic or items. Any relic that would prevent poisoning would work to remove the poison, and this trick will work for some other status ailments, but be aware that if your character is petrified, zombified, or wounded, you won't be able to change their relics, so this trick won't work for everything. A couple characters leveled up so we can take a look at their status. Terra now has a maximum HP of 186 and Edgar's up to 222. Not bad. Remember that we're not going out of our way to level up so that we can get better bonuses from Espers later in the game, but we don't want to be severely underleveled, so we're just fighting whichever battles come to us. Assuming the Trilliums don't get you in any of the bad attack patterns, Edgar's auto crossbow will make short work of them. They're only really a problem if they have a chance to poison the party, and even then it's not that big of a deal. We're about to fight the boss, Vargas, so make sure everybody is fully healed before you talk to this strange looking character. He's that shadow we've been following all along. The first time I played this game, I thought for sure we were following Sabin, but I think that's what the game wants you to believe. But this is not Sabin. This is Master Duncan's other pupil, his son Vargas. Vargas comes with two bears called Epus, and we won't even be able to target Vargas until we've cleared them out. The Epus are weak against fire magic, so we'll have Terra queue up a roasting, and we'll have Edgar use his auto crossbow, which will also put some significant damage on them. Locke can try to steal from the Epus, but you can only get a potion and it's a rare steal, so it's probably not worth it. Have him attack instead. Once Vargas is exposed, we can use Edgar's Bio Blaster on him because he's weak to poison magic. We won't be able to inflict the poison status on him, but it will still deal good damage. If you're very lucky, Locke will be able to steal a Mithril Claw from this guy, which is a nice early game upgrade for Sabin, but you're more likely to get a tonic instead. Once you've stolen one item from an enemy, you won't be able to steal another, so don't keep trying after you get one success. A few rounds of the Bio Blaster should be enough, and eventually, Sabin will appear. It sounds like the rumor of Duncan's death may be true, and Vargas was the one who killed him. Apparently, Vargas felt snubbed when Duncan chose Sabin as his successor, but this seems to be news to Sabin, who claims Duncan chose Vargas to be the next leader of the dojo. I suppose it doesn't matter who's right or wrong if Duncan's dead. Vargas's Blizzard Fist technique blows away the other members of the party, leaving behind Sabin for a one-on-one duel. To win the fight, all we need to do is use Sabin's Pummel Blitz technique. So we'll select Blitz from the menu, then press left, left, and then press A to confirm. Once he uses Pummel, the fight will end. And that's the end of Vargas. Regardless of who Duncan chose to be his successor, only Sabin remains. With Vargas defeated, Sabin Rene Figaro finally joins the party. He's going to be one of our strongest characters now, and he'll still be one of our strongest all the way to the end of the game. Sabin looks like a tough guy, but many of his blitz attacks are actually magic. You're a wizard, Sabin, so keep that in mind when you're equipping relics. Sabin unlocks new blitz techniques as he levels up, and you'll need to perform some Street Fighter-like controller sequences to do them. Of course, performing a Hadouken here in Final Fantasy is much easier than it is in Street Fighter when computer-controlled Guile is ripping off more sonic booms than should be humanly possible. Still, if you're having trouble, most of the blitz techniques have alternate sequences that you can use which are easier. For instance, Aura Bolt can be performed by pressing down down left, and Fire Dance can be done by pressing left left down right right. Personally, I prefer using the Street Fighter style inputs, but use whichever technique works better for you. This is totally optional, but if you backtrack to South Figaro, you can see this scene where Sabin informs Duncan's wife of her husband's untimely demise. Let's talk about how to get Moogle Sabin. You need to do the early airship trick and work your way all the way through Thamasa so that you get the airship where you can change your party. Build a party that has Terra, Locke, and Kumama, which is the Moogle replacement for Edgar, and get all the way up to Vargas here on Mount Kolts. When Sabin pops in, his name is Cuckoo, and he was available before, but now after this scene, he will regain all of his Sabin powers. Strangely, whenever Vargas uses his Blizzard Fist here, it will blow away Terra and Locke, but it won't be able to remove Kumama. So we'll actually have two characters to fight against Vargas instead of just one. We don't really need Kumama to defeat Vargas here, because Cuckoo's pummel ability is now online. If you had put him in the party before, you wouldn't be able to use Blitz, but now you can. Not only can you use Blitz, but you can also equip him with proper equipment and give him relics. So that's very useful. This scene looks very funny with the two Moogle brothers. Now that we've unlocked Cuckoo's powers, we can take him to the Phantom Forest where he can suplex the train as a Moogle. Pretty awesome. That's a pretty cool trick, but let's get back to our normal game. Now that Sabin has joined the party, we'll want to properly equip him and also give him some relics if we have any extra ones. We can also take a look at his status and take a look at his blitz skills. He knows the first 3 blitzes right now, but will need to gain a few levels before he'll learn another. Just in case you're wondering, the next blitz, the Fire Dance, will be unlocked when Sabin reaches level 15. In this room, we can grab a chest that contains a tent, and there are some different enemies here in the exit area, so you may run into some Vaporites, but those guys are pretty weak, so even if you do, you don't have anything to be worried about. Once you get outside, we can save the game, and although we may encounter some enemies here, it's the same set of enemies that are around the South Figaro area, and we have 4 characters in the party now, so these guys are absolutely no problem. 2 Rhodoks and a Rhinotaur is by far the most dangerous monster formation you can meet in this area, and even that should be no match for our current squad. We don't have far to go now, but if you really need to restore some magic points, you could use a sleeping bag because we're outside. So just work your way up here. There's nothing farther north, so don't worry about exploring up there. And we'll save the game before entering the Returners Hideout. Once we get inside here, we are dangerously close to losing Locke from our party. Usually this would mean that we should strip him of his equipment and relics, but in this case, the game actually does it for us. As we speak to Baren, they keep referring to Terra as the girl, and she's standing right there. Introduce her properly. Baren says that Terra wiped out 50 of the Empire's best soldiers in just a few minutes. And when you say it like that, it sounds kinda bad, But isn't that exactly what we need to win this war? At this point, Baren gets a little bit cryptic. Once, when people were pure and innocent, there was a box they were told never to open, but one man opened that box anyway. He unleashed all of the evils upon the world: envy, greed, pride, violence, and control. All that was left in the box was a single ray of light: hope. After Baren's little speech, Terra wakes up alone in bed, with Locke watching over her. He did promise he'd stay with her until her memory returned. As we control Terra here, our job is to talk to all of our party members. We'll need to speak with them before we can talk to Baren. There's also some treasures to find here in the Returners Hideout, and these ones aren't going to get better later in the game, so we want to get them now. The best stuff is hidden up here. There's the Air Lancet, a dirk, which is a nice upgrade for Locke, although we won't get good use out of it right now, and the True Knight, which is a relic that will come in handy during the next area. Then if we go back here, we can find a hidden path that leads to the White Cape. The White Cape is a very useful relic that prevents both the Imp and Silence statuses, but it does so much more than that. It also adds 5 points of defense, 5 points of magic defense, and 10 points of magic blocking, which due to that evasion bug, will work for both magic and physical attacks. So yeah, this is a great relic. The Returners have their own item shop, so that's nice, and they randomly sell sprint shoes there, so if you need to be able to move more quickly around the hideout, you can purchase a pair of sprint shoes here. Sabin is hanging out near the store, so make sure to chat with him, and then we'll head up here to the room where we met Baren, and this is where we'll find Edgar. Edgar wisely understands that pushing Terra too hard could ultimately push her away. So we'll pick up this potion, and we'll save our game, because it will be time for us to make our decision. Baren is waiting outside, and once we've spoken to the other 3 members of the party, we'll be able to go out there and talk to him. He's going to ask us to join the Returners, and if we agree, he will reward us with the Gauntlet, and we'll immediately go to a strategy session. The Gauntlet is a relic that will make the wearer deal 50% more damage when attacking with a weapon that has the two-handed property. Many weapons can benefit from the bonus provided by the Gauntlet, but it will come at the expense of equipping a shield, so adding 50% more damage is not that exciting when you consider the downside. We'll definitely be able to find another Gauntlet later in the game, so getting one here is not super critical. Saying yes to Baren does mean that we'll get to see this scene, and we'll get to understand a little bit about what the Returners are thinking. Baren has noticed that we are getting ever closer to replicating the ancient War of the Magi, and yeah, that is not a good thing. Considering that war nearly wiped out all of humanity, the history books are a little bit fuzzy on this, but according to one theory, humans and machines were imbued with magic that was drained from Espers. This would not only explain the Empire's interest in the frozen Esper we saw in Narshe, but it would also explain how they've built those Magitech armor suits. It's highly likely that the Empire has found other Espers and has been bleeding them of their power. Then suddenly, a soldier stumbles in. Emergency, Sir Baren. We're not ready for this. If the Empire's caught up to us, we're doomed. All we can do now is run, but if the Empire's taken South Figaro, it won't be long until they catch up to us again. And that's why Locke is going to leave the party. He'll head over to South Figaro and try to slow the Empire down. I guess Locke decided that Terra got enough of her memories back, and we will probably need him to slow the Empire down. In any case, we'll have to escape via the Lete River, and there's a raft in the back that we can use for this. Now let's talk about what happens if we tell Baren, no, we will not join the Returners. Well, the first time you say no to Baren, he just says, I see, and you'll automatically be teleported away from him. So Terra shakes her head and you appear out here, and when you talk to him again, he will ask you a second time. In fact, he'll ask you a third time as well, but if you say no 3 times, he will give you the Genji glove instead of the gauntlet. You'll miss the planning session and you'll go right to the scene with the wounded soldier, but the Genji glove is much better than the gauntlet. A character wearing a Genji glove will be able to equip a weapon in each hand, so they will get 2 attacks during combat instead of just 1. We definitely want to get the Genji glove here. It's much better than the gauntlet. But if you don't want to tell Baren that you're not interested in joining the Returners, just tell him no 1 time, then talk to the soldier up in the treasure room. That soldier will give you the Genji glove. At this point, you can go back and tell Baren yes. He won't give you the gauntlet, but you'll be able to sit in on the planning session and you'll have the glove. Getting 2 attacks in combat makes physical attackers twice as good. So instead of just being 50% more effective, now it's almost like your physical attackers can deal double damage. When you factor in some of the other magical properties that weapons can have, the Genji glove could be even better than double damage. So yeah, we'll take as many Genji gloves as we can get. The situation may seem extremely urgent, but we definitely have time to equip our characters with the proper items and relics, and we're going to give Terra that Genji glove we just got. We'll also pair it with the Hyper Wrist to raise her vigor and make her deal even more damage in combat. Whenever you equip the Genji glove, you'll automatically be sent to the other equipment screen so that you can equip a second weapon. We also want to make sure that Edgar, Sabin, and Baren are all in the back row. We definitely have time to take a nap here at the inn. It's totally free and we'll be able to restore our HP and MPs. I know the Empire is right on our tail, but a good night's sleep is extremely valuable. Once we've had a rest, we'll head back through this door. We could save the game here if we want to, but we're just going to move along, because down here we'll be able to jump into the Lete River. Unequip your sprint shoes, and we're going to give Sabin the True Knight. We'll also have him in the back row. This is a strategy that was meant to protect Baren. You see, if Baren gets killed, you automatically lose. You don't get to give him a Phoenix down, it's just game over. So we need to protect Baren at all costs. The True Knight will make Sabin jump in and take the damage for Baren if he is extremely low on health. So that could just save our party. Baren could theoretically attack the enemies, but he has a special ability called Health, and whenever you use it, it will restore the entire party's hit points for free. Up here we'll come to our first intersection. All 3 of these directions will take you to the same place, but of the 3, left is the safest, and straight is the most difficult. Right is somewhere in between. You'll get the most monster encounters if you go straight and the fewest if you go left. I took the right path in hopes of seeing this enemy configuration, and here we have a nautiloid and an exocyte. Both of these enemy types are weak against fire and lightning. We don't have lightning magic, and we could have Terra use fire against them, but since she's wielding the Genji glove, she will be very effective just attacking, and we're going to have Sabin use his aura bolt, while Edgar uses the auto crossbow. We've seen these enemies before, so let's try some of Sabin's other blitz techniques. Suplex is performed by pressing XY down up, and it looks cool, but it deals less damage if there is more than one enemy on the screen, so you should be using Pummel if you're fighting against a group. Most bosses in this game are immune to suplex, which is unfortunate considering that most bosses are encountered alone. In these caves, you'll have an opportunity to save the game, and you'll also be able to heal your party. This is your only chance to heal your party outside of battle, otherwise you'll want to mostly rely on Baren's health ability. Now the second decision we need to make out here on the river is much more important than the first one. If you choose up, you'll be sent into a loop, and that will take you all the way back around to where you'll have to make a decision again. Until you choose left, you will not be able to get out of this loop. These pterodons are weak against fire magic, so we can have Terra try that out against them. It's probably best that she just attacks with the Genji glove, but you can see that the fire magic did some pretty good damage, and Sabin will finish the battle with his aura bolt. The monsters here on the river work a little bit differently than they work in most other places in the game. There are two different groups of monsters, and sometimes the game will be selecting from monster set 1, and sometimes the game will be selecting from monster set 2. There is a more common and less common encounter in each monster set, and so you'll be seeing that manifest here as we encounter these enemies on the river. It's worth noting that these exocyte enemies are programmed to attack Baren specifically if they are allowed to survive for 6 turns. So definitely don't let that happen. We're going to choose left this time so we can get out of the loop, and that will take us up here into another cave. This gives us another opportunity to save the game and heal the party, and we are getting very close to the next boss, so we want to make sure that we are ready for that. A sleeping bag is a great way to get Terra her magic points back, because we will definitely want her to be able to cast her fire magic during the next boss fight. A few of our characters leveled up on the river, so we'll take a look at their HP and MP as well as their other stats. And you may have noticed that Sabin has the dark status ailment. Well, that doesn't actually do anything, so we're not going to bother removing it. Now, if you're playing this game on a later version like the Pixel remaster, the evasion bug would have been fixed, so you should remove the darkness status ailment if you see it. And there, waiting for us at a choke point in the rapids, it's our first encounter with Ultros the Octopus. Because we will lose the battle immediately if Baren dies, this first fight with Ultros is one of the more difficult boss encounters in the game. Make sure all of our characters are in the back row. This will help because when Ultros does his tentacle attack, being in the back row will reduce the damage. Sabin should use his aura bolt, and Edgar should attack with the auto crossbow. Baren should just keep using his health ability, and Terra will cast fire magic. Ultros is weak against fire magic, and whenever you use it on him, he reacts by using ink against our party. When Ultros gets his first actual turn, he always attacks Terra with Tentacle. So he's going to attack Terra first. On his second real turn, he will attack Sabin, and on his third turn, he will attack Baren, and that attack on Baren could be game over if we're not careful. So the basic strategy is to make sure we defeat Ultros before he has a chance to hit Baren. Whenever he does Tentacle on Sabin, you'll know that the next Tentacle is coming for Baren, so it's time for an all-out attack. Give him an Aura Bolt, an Auto Crossbow, and Terra's Fire Magic. You may even want to have Baren attack at this point. Once Ultros sustains 3,000 damage, he'll disappear beneath the water, and the battle is won. It's worth noting if you can hit Ultros with Fire Magic at the exact time when he gets his turn, it will reset his turn counter and make it take much longer for him to attack you. But that is very difficult to do. Sabin goes off a little bit half-cocked here, and dives into the water to chase after Ultros. We'll see Sabin pop up a few more times before he's carried away with the current. Oh, there he is. Now, we will eventually run into Ultros again, but it won't be for some time. So as the party calls out for Sabin, everything fades to black. And this is where the game takes an interesting turn. As the party splits off into different directions, we now have the opportunity to choose which of these 3 different scenarios we tackle first. We'll need to finish all 3 of them, and we also have the chance to save the game here. But before we dive into any of the scenarios, let's talk about the auto level grind. You'll need a turbo controller to do this trick, but one with auto fire would be even better. We want to give Sabin the running shoes, and we're going to give the True Knight to Edgar, so make that swap. Edgar should still have the Atlas armlet, that is important, and Terra should have the Genji glove and hyper wrist. Terra should be in the front line, and you want to change the battle mode to wait, put the speed down to 6, and make sure that the cursor is on memory. Once you've done all that and made sure to save the game, leave the first cave, and when you come to the intersection, we're going to choose up. Now, once we get into a battle with the monsters, we're going to set up everything here. So we want to have Baren using health, we want Sabin to fight, we want Terra to fight, and we want Edgar to use auto crossbow. Because of the cursor being on memory, all of those cursor positions will be remembered by the game, and now we can just hold down Turbo A to just keep doing them over and over again. If you can set it to auto fire, that would be even better, but basically you're going to put a rubber band around the controller so A is held down and just leave it alone for a while, and your characters will level up without you doing anything. And here's what a highly leveled up party looks like. I think I only left the Super Nintendo alone for about 4 or 5 hours, so if you leave it longer than that, you can level up even more. Leveling up that much will make your characters deal more damage in combat, and it also unlocks new spells for Terra and new blitzes for Sabin, so we can absolutely obliterate Ultros. Now, as cool as this trick is in theory, remember that leveling up is not actually all that it's cracked up to be in this game, and it would actually be better if we did not level up so much, so that we can level up using Espers later in the game. Using this trick will make you very powerful in the short term, but in the long term it will have diminishing returns. Let's get back to those 3 scenarios. Of the 3, Sabin's is by far the longest and most challenging, and Locke's here is one of the easier ones. But the real reason to choose Locke's scenario first is that all of our characters share the same inventory so any treasures that we find during Locke's scenario will be usable during the other two. And there's going to be some good stuff to find here. At some point, the game decided to completely unequip Locke, so as soon as you gain control of him, make sure to equip some weapons and armor, as well as a pair of relics. When we first visited South Figaro, it seemed strange that there was a save point in Duncan's wife's basement, but now that we're playing this scenario, it makes more sense. Our goal here is simple. We need to escape the town. The Empire has taken over the town, and many of the paths are blocked by these heavy armors, which Locke is not going to be able to handle by himself. We're going to need a different strategy. Down at the bottom of these stairs is a child that will only let people dressed as merchants through, and you'd think that Locke could just push that kid out of the way, but we'll need to find some merchant's clothes if we want to get past that point. There's no clothing store here in town, so the only way to get a merchant's outfit is to steal one. And there's a merchant we can rob in the item shop. When you talk to this merchant, a battle will begin, and you just want to keep stealing from this guy until you're successful. We'll be able to take a plumed hat from him, and then we'll take his clothing too. A successful steal will also end the battle as the naked merchant escapes. Or at least it seems like he escaped. Whenever we leave the battle screen, he appears to just be a corpse piled up in the corner. When did we do a murder on that guy? In any case, we seem to have gotten away with it, and now this child will let us through. At this point, you can take the shortcut through the middle of town, or what the game intends for us to do is come up here where we can talk to this green soldier, and that will trigger another battle. Just like the merchant that picked a fight with us in the item shop, we can steal this guy's clothing as well. Whenever we steal the officer's clothes, we will lose the merchant's outfit, and we will gain the officer's outfit instead. This officer's outfit won't get us through that ruthless child bouncer in the old man's basement, but it will get us past many of the soldiers here in town. Now be aware that not all of the soldiers are going to move out of the way for this officer, including this one. He tells us to go back to our post, and there's a guy over here that also won't move out of the way. This outfit is only going to help us get past some very specific soldiers, and this is the one we were looking for. Keep in mind as you're wandering around town that we still don't want to collect most of the treasures here in the exterior areas. Those treasures have not improved just yet. With the help of our officer's outfit, we'll be able to get into this cafe that is totally not a bar. And we want to make our way to the basement area where we'll meet that rude merchant that we saw earlier in the game. We need to steal the cider that this guy has, so I guess we have no choice but to take his clothes too. Couldn't happen to a nicer person. This is going to allow us to switch back into the merchant costume, which we will need to get back into the old man's house, in addition to being able to take the cider. And that's also the end of that rude merchant. I can't say I feel bad about that guy. Although I surely hope nobody finds the 3 naked dead bodies that we've left around town, or they may suspect that there's a serial killer at large. And honestly, they may not be wrong. We can find another merchant that we can murder for merchant's clothes in the back room of the inn, but considering that we're already wearing merchant clothes, he won't pick a fight with us at the moment. That's probably lucky for him. We're wearing the correct outfit to get past this kid, so he will step aside. And now we can bring the old man his cider. Ah yes, cider. He tells us to go and tell his grandson the password, but he forgot what it is. Now the password is courage. So if you say the right thing, this child will open up a secret door for us. And this passage will take us clear across town into the mansion. We emerge from the secret passage in this cluttered room that has a hidden elixir in the clock. Head around the corner and go back into the mansion, where the music will suddenly stop. This seems weird at first, like there's something wrong with the game, but they want us to be able to hear a wind effect in the room on the left so that we can find the hidden passage behind the bookcase. One of the kids in this room tells us a clue about winding the clock, and as soon as we can get out of here, maybe we can see what that clue means. As the rich owner of the mansion laments what he's done, we can hear the wind blowing from behind the bookcase, and that's supposed to help us find this hidden passage. Of course, we knew this hidden passage was here already. We visited this basement earlier when we came to the town the first time. Unlike our first visit to the town, there's a woman locked up in the basement, and she's being beaten up by a soldier. It's just awful. This is Celis Cherie. Now, it's possible that her name could be pronounced Celise, but I think that it's supposed to be more like Monica Seles, the tennis player, so that's what I'm going to go with. Celis was actually a general in the Imperial army, but she must have done something awfully traitorous to be receiving this sort of treatment. The guard left behind to guard Celis claims to be able to go for days without sleep, but this guy actually can't even go a few minutes. With the guard fast asleep in his chair, it's time for a dramatic rescue. Remove Celis's chains and she'll be freed from the wall. Rescuing General Celis was never part of the plan here, but Locke just can't help himself. If he sees a damsel in distress, he just has to rescue her. Celis is skeptical of Locke's ability to protect her from the Empire's agents, but honestly, Celis is fairly capable herself. She's able to use magic, much like Terra, and she even has another ability called Runic, which can be used to defeat enemy magics. Before leaving the room, make sure to steal the clock key from the guard. Stealing may be wrong, but this is war. After rescuing Celis, it may be a good idea to save the game, and we can do so in the room over here to the right. We should also equip Celis with our best equipment and whatever relics we have available. Celis starts out with ice magic, and assuming she's level 4 or higher, she will also have cure magic, which will be very useful moving forward. We've already looted the treasure out of this room, but you'll notice that there are several clocks here. Which one do we need to use the clock key in? Well, you'll find a clock up in the upper right corner that's not ticking. When you use the clock key there, a door will appear, and we'll want to go through it. In this area, there are random monster encounters, so get ready for that. These commander enemies are weak against poison magic, which we don't have, so we'll just pick them off one by one with our physical attacks. We can have Locke and Celis both attack the same commander, and the combination of their two attacks should be enough to kill one of them. With a little bit of luck, we may even be able to hit hard enough to defeat these commanders in a single attack. You can go through the wall over here, and that will lead down to this chest that contains an iron armor. This is a nice upgrade for Celes, and we're going to find several pieces of heavy armor in this area that she can use. Well, here's the 3 commanders again. We know how to defeat these guys. We're just going to chop at them with our weapons and hope that we can clear them quickly. Using Celes' ice magic seems rather unnecessary here, so we can save her magic points for curing the party between battles. Speaking of healing, Locke took a pretty good beating in that last battle, so we'll use some cure magic on him, and we'll give a blast of it to Celes as well, bringing us back to full. Alright, it's a different set of enemies. 2 Vector Pups are going to be pretty easy to defeat. Once you clear one of them, the other one will run away. Many enemies in this game will get more powerful when they're left alone, but Vector Pups work in the opposite way. Whenever they're left alone, they immediately flee. So we'll just have to defeat one Vector Pup here, and that second Vector Pup is out of here. Unfortunately, enemies that run away don't yield any experience or gold pieces, but those enemies weren't going to give us too much experience or gold as it is. After collecting the Regal Cutlass and the Heavy Shield, go into this wall and find this hidden stairway that leads to a second basement. Down here we'll be able to pick up an ether, but that's not the main attraction. We'll find an X potion up here, and in a hidden chest that's off screen, we'll get the ribbon. The ribbon is an amazing relic that makes the wearer immune to almost every negative status ailment. The only ones that seem to work on someone wearing a ribbon are like slow and stop. Much later in the game, we'll find a few more ribbons so that other members of our party will also be able to wear one. But for now, even just having one ribbon is going to give us a massive advantage. Back upstairs, we've run into the Vector Pups again. We know how to handle these guys. Just focus your attacks on one of them and the other one will go away. If you really wanted to be able to defeat both Vector Pups without them escaping, you would need to set it up in a way so that you could defeat them both at the same time. Perhaps by using Celes' ice magic and multi-targeting with it. As long as you don't forget to cure the party between battles, the monster formations you can encounter here in the mansion basement don't stand much of a chance to defeat our party. Even when these commander enemies use their more powerful grudge attack, it still only deals around 40 to 50 damage, so that's something we can easily handle. And once we finish celebrating another successful battle, we can heal up the party quickly by using Celes' cure magic, and then we're going to go down and to the left where we'll find a chest that has a very useful relic, the earrings. The earrings are sort of like an Atlas armlet but for magic, and instead of increasing the magic damage by 20%, earrings increase it by 25%, and if you wear a pair of earrings, they stack and increase the damage by 50%. As we move forward in the game, we're going to become more and more reliant on characters that use magical attacks, and being able to equip them with earrings to increase the damage of those magical attacks is going to be quite useful. And up here, we'll find a doorway that leads to the exit. Once again, Celes questions Locke's motivations, and although his motivations are very vague and unclear, she is happy to be finally out of South Figaro. From here, we want to make our way back to the South Figaro cave, but before we go in there, if we need a free place to spend the night, we can use a bed at Duncan's cabin. This is a nice way to restore all of those magic points that Celes used healing the party, without burning through our tents or sleeping bags. Once we're back outside, we'll save the game and we'll head towards the cave. We'll find it over here to the west. It looks like we've run into a pair of grease monks. Grease monks are weak against poison, and we don't have any poison magic available, but they only have a little over 130 hit points, and they only do physical attacks, so we should have no problem dispatching these guys. Once we get to the cave entrance, we'll save the game one more time, and we'll go on inside. We'll have a little SCDE going on here. Same cave, different enemies. The enemies here in the South Figaro cave have a little bit of a theme going on, and that is magic resistance. They have very high magic defense, so while we can use a spell like Ice here to damage all of them, that's just going to soften them up a little bit so that we can finish them off with our melee attacks. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't use magic here though. The earrings relic that we found in the South Figaro mansion will make Celis's magic a lot more powerful, and that will help us penetrate these higher magic defenses. We'll be fighting a lot of groups of 3 enemies here in the South Figaro cave, so the ability to multi-target enemies with magic is going to be critical. It may sound like a helicopter is about to land in this cave, but that's just the noise that the boss makes, and he's lurking over near the exit. Here we have the other 2 enemies that populate this cave, and just like the Trilobiters, they have relatively high magic defense. Gold bears are some of the nastiest enemies you'll meet around here because they have a 1 in 3 chance of using their gouge attack on their very first turn, and the gouge attack deals more than double their normal damage. So you'll definitely want to make sure you keep your hit points high because you don't want to accidentally take a gouge and lose a character. Locke and Celis both leveled up there, and Celis, as you can see, has a 36 in the magic power category, which is pretty good. It's not as high as Terra's, but very respectable. The chest on the left contains an X potion, assuming that you waited until now to open it up. It would have been a weaker item earlier in the game. These Primordites are weak against lightning magic, which we don't have access to at the moment, but they are also immune to the Imp spell, which Celis may have learned by now, so definitely don't use that one against those guys. Other than the X potion over on the left, don't open any of the other chests in this cave. We still need to wait more time for them to become better items. Here's a slightly different formation of enemy types that we've already seen. Both of these enemy types are immune to the Imp spell, so don't use that one here. And the Trilobiter tried to use its Poison Barb ability to poison Celis, but because she's wearing the Ribbon Relic, it missed. If one of your characters does get poisoned by a Trilobiter, don't forget that you can remove the poison outside of battle for free and without using up any consumable items by equipping something like a star pendant or the ribbon. We're going to make our way towards the cave exit by going through the door labeled B on the map, but first it looks like we have to face a Trilobiter and 2 Primordites again. There's a recovery spring right on the other side of this door, so let loose whatever magic spells you want here. We don't really have to worry too much about our MP. Alright, we'll have one more attack here. We could use magic again, but it takes a little bit longer. So we have won the battle once more, and now we can move on to the next room. We're going to run into the boss when we get close to the doorway that leads out of this room, so make sure to use the recovery spring and get ready to fight the tunnel armor. This battle against the tunnel armor really highlights the power of Celis's runic ability. Whenever Celis uses runic, she will absorb the next spell, so immediately use it whenever you get her turn. Locke can steal a Bioblaster or possibly even an Air Lance hit from this guy, but you're going to want to focus on having him attack. He's the one that's going to be dealing all of the damage. Once you've activated Runic, you don't want to do anything with Celes until she's absorbed a spell. So just keep skipping her turn until she absorbs one of the tunnel armor spells, and then immediately use Runic again. As long as Celes keeps Runic active, the tunnel armor will never be able to get us with its powerful magic spells, and will only be able to damage our party by using physical attacks, which it does do occasionally. The green number that you see appear on Celes whenever she absorbs a spell with Runic is the amount of magic points that she gains. She will gain magic points equal to the normal casting cost of the spell she absorbed. If you feel like you need healing, you can have Locke use a potion or one of your other items to restore health to your characters, but he should mostly just keep attacking. Now, this battle may make Celes' Runic ability seem extremely overpowered, but it has a major downside. She will absorb the next spell cast by enemies or allies alike, which makes it a lot harder to use curative magic on your party or to use offensive magic against the enemies. There are some ways to get around this, like Sabin's blitzes are not absorbed by Runic, but that is a major issue with the ability. Now, before we go on, it's worth noting that there's a treasure chest over in this cave that has evolved and now contains the Thunder Rod. And if you use the Thunder Rod as an item against the tunnel armor, you can defeat it in a single shot. Unfortunately, this will consume the Thunder Rod and it will be gone, so we'll lose it. But if you're having trouble against this boss, that is an easy way to win. There is a very good reason not to do this. If you wait until later in the game to open that chest that contains the Thunder Rod, you'll get a hero ring instead, which is a much better item. This brings us to the end of Locke's scenario, and unfortunately we're not given a good opportunity to unequip key items from our characters. Before we go on, what if I told you it was possible to skip almost the entirety of the South Figaro section? You want to position Locke here in front of this guard, and as soon as he starts moving towards you, open a menu, and when you exit the menu, you should be holding up, and if you timed it right, you'll be able to walk right through him. As a side effect, if you were wearing the merchant or officer's outfit, Locke will get to keep those clothes for the rest of the game. Things get weird when we run into the boss. Because we never rescued Celes, Locke appears to be having a conversation with some sort of figment of his imagination. It's strange. This boss can be pretty tough to defeat without Celes' help, so I highly recommend using the Thunder Rod in this situation. Now, there is a major downside to using this trick. Whenever we get back to Narshe, we'll find that Celes has been replaced by a Moogle named Kutan. Just like with the early airship glitch, this leads to some humorous situations, but unfortunately, Kutan is no Celes. She's nowhere near as good as the character she replaces. She won't be able to use Runic, she doesn't learn any spells, and her stats are downright terrible. So use that trick at your own risk, and let's move on to the second of our three scenarios, Terra, Baren, and Edgar's. This scenario starts out on the Lete River, just where we left these characters before. Not much has changed here on the river. You'll still encounter the same sets of enemies, and they're really not that much more difficult with 3 characters as they were with 4. We still have Baren's health ability after all. It's worth noting that you can return to the Lete River later on in the World of Balance, but you won't have Baren with you at that time. I feel like there may be a way to set up that auto level grind so that you can do it while equipped with Espers, but you'll need relics like Cure Rings, and I'm not sure what else to make sure that your characters stay alive. Conveniently, the river lets us out right near Narshe, which was our ultimate destination. So we just need to walk around this small pond and we'll head up around this way to the city. And it looks like we've encountered some enemies first, but it's just a leaper. This guy has 33 hit points and is really no match for our current party. Baren gained a level, so that was cool. And now we'll head on into the town of Narshe. We still can't just walk right into the town, and if we try to, we will be met with extreme hostility. Even people that claim to be the king of a castle that disappeared beneath the sand aren't treated with respect. Honestly, we're lucky that they don't immediately report us to the Empire. We're going to need a different plan. First things first, the good old classroom is open 24 hours a day, so we can pop in there and use the recovery spring, and we can even save the game if we'd like to. The save point is over in the environmental science room, and you probably have already figured out what we need to do next. We need to go through that secret passage that Locke showed us. Terra's recollection of how Locke opened the hidden passage is a little bit hazy, but Edgar doesn't take very long to figure it out. There's probably just some sort of secret switch in the rock wall. And there it is. I'm not exactly sure where the wall goes when the lever or the switch is depressed. It just seems like it magically disappears. There are random encounters in this cave, but the monsters in this part of Narshe are still the weaker ones from the beginning of the game. I mean, these enemies are level 4. With only 24 hit points, a stiff breeze could get rid of some were-rats, so Edgar's auto crossbow can easily eliminate them. Don't worry, the enemies will get a little bit more powerful whenever we get deeper into the mines, and you'll see what I'm talking about in this cave. So we're going to head across this bridge, and this time we've encountered some first-class enemies. These guys are similar to the Grease Monk enemies we've faced previously, and they are weak against poison, so we'll want to use Edgar's Bio Blaster here. If a first class manages to survive to its second turn in combat, it has a 1 in 3 chance of using Ore Wrench, which deals additional damage, but the Bio Blasters should take those guys out quite quickly. Adding some wild rats into the mix changes the combat significantly. They may look identical to the were-rats we've faced before, but they're not the same. These guys absorb poison, which means that it would actually heal them if we used the Bio Blaster, so we'll use Edgar's auto crossbow instead. Backed up by the power of the Atlas Armlet, those enemies didn't stand a chance. We've made it to the security checkpoint. There are no random encounters in this room, so we just need to exactly follow the path that star just made, and if we do, we'll be able to get to the door safely. If we go the wrong way, we'll be surrounded by stars, and unless we touch that yellow one, we'll be forced into a battle. 75% of the time, if you get trapped, you'll just have to fight 2 dark side enemies, but 1 in 4 times you'll find this formation that has a unique enemy called Rin. If you're trying to meet all of the different monster types in the game, you'll want to keep springing the trap until you meet the Rins, and these enemies can easily be defeated by using the auto crossbow or Terra's fire magic, because all of them are weak against fire. They're also all undead type enemies, so healing magic can actually damage them. Terra has now reached level 11, and we're going to have her cure herself. Baren still has his free health ability, but it can only be used during battles, so between battles we'll need to rely on Terra's cure. Now, I'm not sure what kind of wizards conjured this security checkpoint, but I just feel like there are better ways to build a booby trap. In any case, follow this path if you want to get through this room without encountering any enemies. Now, we haven't seen that other enemy formation, so let's take a look at that real quick. And as long as you don't touch the yellow star, you will have to fight here, and we got them in a side attack, so that's nice. The auto crossbow dealt significant damage to these dark side enemies, and it's good to know that Baren's health ability still works even on all of our characters in a side attack. So that's the more common encounter that you'll see here if you fail the security checkpoint. And Edgar made level 12, so we'll take a look at his stats. He's up to 280 hit points now. And there is a shortcut that we can use here. So we're going to start out by following the path that the star made for us, but we're going to try to touch the yellow star whenever we go the wrong way. So just head up here and then head up, and we just want to tap the yellow star and they'll all just go away. So that's a slightly faster way to get through that room. This is actually the back entrance to the cave that we were in when we fell through the floor earlier in the game and were rescued by Moogles. And here is where that great battle took place. There are no random enemy encounters in here, at least not right now, so we can pass through safely. And when we get to the other side, we'll find the Moogle's lair. The Moogle that's not moving in the back is Mog, and he's a character that we'll be able to recruit to our party later. He also can speak in the human tongue, but right now he just says Kupo. Do not open the treasure chest here. It contains the Rune Edge, which is an okay weapon for Terra, but if we wait until later in the game, that chest will contain a ribbon, and we definitely want as many of those as we can get. These guys are were-rats. These are not the wild rats that we saw a moment ago, so these guys are very easy to take out. Pretty much anything we have should get rid of them. As usual, we're going to avoid collecting the treasure chests here. We want to make sure that we can get that pod bracelet and elixir later on in the game, so we will want to abstain from opening these chests right now. Now, this is going to be one of the last times that we need to avoid opening the treasures. Most of the new locations that we find after this are going to be places where we can freely open the chests because they won't get better later in the game. And here we have a Vaporite enemy. A Vaporite looks identical to the Rin enemy from the security room, but it is much, much weaker with only 15 hit points. Vaporites are immune to a lot of different status ailments, but almost none of that matters when you only have 15 hit points. I mean, level 1 characters can put out that kind of damage. The ultimate goal in this scenario is to get back to Arvis's house, and we are so very close. Just make your way across the bridge and enter the back door. Once you get inside, stop for a moment, and now is the time to unequip any of your good relics, weapons, and armor. It's okay, you'll be able to re-equip these characters later, but now any of those relics and items can be used in Sabin's scenario, which we still need to complete. Once you move down a little bit into the house, it will be too late to unequip your characters, and you won't have the opportunity to do so. So make sure to do that unequip as soon as you get inside. Since we last saw Arvis, it seems that the people of Narshe have gotten a little bit of Esper fever. They really want to know what that frozen Esper looks like, but it may be dangerous for them to get close to it. Terra, of course, is the key. But that's the end of that scenario. All we can do now is save the game and start up the third and final scenario, Sabin's story. What dire fate has befallen Sabin, who fell from the raft after the fight with Ultros? Well, he didn't really fall from the raft. It was more like he jumped into the river, but in any case, we find Sabin in a new area next to this small house. There's a merchant here with a wide variety of items, including Phoenix Downs, tents, and even sprint shoes, but the most interesting items he has are the ones that are made for use with Shadow's throw ability. We're about to finally recruit Shadow, so if you intend to use his throw ability, make sure to pick up some shurikens. Shadow starts with high vigor and speed, and he also has very high evasion, which is pretty sad considering it doesn't do anything. Shadow comes and goes as he pleases, which means there's a chance that he may just bail on the party at the end of any successful battle, assuming that we're in a location where he could actually leave. If we're playing with Shadow, it's a good idea to save the game often so that you can just reset and reload if he decides to leave us. Make sure to equip your characters. The Genji glove and the Atlas armlet will make Shadow into a killing machine, and it looks like Sabin still had a few things already equipped, but we can do better. Before we leave the house on the Veldt, this is the home of an eccentric old man who has some of the funniest dialogue in the game. It appears that this old man has a bunch of broken stuff around this little house, and it seems like he's been waiting for a repairman for perhaps his entire life. This guy says his clock has been broken for 10 years, which does make any estimates on time he gives us questionable at best. He also says his lawnmower's been broken for so long that the grass out back is 25 feet tall. When you're done chatting with this guy, you can take a nap in his bed. Don't worry, he won't mind. And if you go over and touch this stove, well, it's very hot. After messing with his stove, the old man throws us out. You can go back in if you want to, but that's really all this guy has to say. Back outside, we'll save the game just in case Shadow decides to skip town, and then we'll start heading to the right. We know from Locke's scenario that the Empire is planning to attack Doma Castle, so that's where we need to head to. And to get there, we'll need to pass through an Imperial encampment. Along the way, it would be nice if we could bump into a stray cat enemy. We're going to be meeting Gau soon, and his rage ability is fueled by leaping on enemies in a place called the Veldt. The enemies that appear on the Veldt will only appear there if we've encountered them in other places, so we need to encounter a stray cat in the wild if we want Gau to be able to find one on the Veldt. The stray cat rage will be one of the best rages Gau can get in the early game, so it may be worth taking an extra minute to try to find one of these kitties, but there's one right now. Stray cats can use their cat scratch ability if they survive for 3 turns, and that deals big damage, but a stray cat should never last for that long. Beakers are weak against fire magic, so if Sabin learns the Fire Dance Blitz, it will be very effective against them. Beakers have a 1 in 3 chance to counter your attack with an attack of their own, and they could also counter other attacks with a special ability that inflicts poison. The enemies here in the desert are the same set of monsters we would have seen outside of Figaro Castle, and there's Interceptor. Whenever Shadow evades an attack, there's a chance that Interceptor will do a counter, and he's no airbud, so he won't be able to take the Timberwolves to a championship or bite flying enemies, but he has 2 different attacks, and the takedown that you saw there is one of them. Sabin leveled up there, so we'll take a look at our character's status. He has very high vigor, but a lot of his blitz attacks are actually magic, so we'll eventually want to raise Sabin's magic power. Well, we've reached the Imperial camp. There are too many soldiers around here, so we'll have to be a little bit stealthy. The good news is that while we will have to fight some battles here, there are no random monster encounters in the Imperial camp, so we'll have a nice little break from that. The scuttlebutt around camp is that Kefka himself is here, And it isn't long before that clown makes an appearance. The Imperial soldiers don't like Kefka any more than we do, and it seems that his appearance has brought down the morale around camp. As soon as Kefka gets out of earshot, the soldiers start talking smack about him behind his back, and one of them even claims that he might be inhuman. It's clear that General Leo, on the other hand, has the respect of his men. Well, if we were hoping to stop the siege on Doma Castle, it looks like we may be a bit too late. As the scene fades to black, we're taken to a new location. Doma Castle, with its neat green lawn in front of the castle gate, looks like it may be a nice place to live when it isn't under siege by the Empire. As the Imperial soldiers scale the castle walls, we flash to the inside of the castle. As the music suddenly goes silent, we hear the theme of Cayenne Garamond. As a kid, I always pronounced this guy's name as Cyan, but after seeing the original Japanese version where they actually spell it out, I'm quite confident that the developers intended his name to be pronounced Cayenne instead. Cayenne's special ability is called Sword Tech, and much like Sabin's blitzes, he learns more of them as he levels up. But unlike Sabin, there will be an event later in the game which will teach Cayenne all of the remaining sword techs that he doesn't have. Also, as you could probably imply from the name, Cayenne will not be able to activate his sword tech abilities unless he is equipped with a proper sword. We should also take this opportunity to equip Cayenne with some better gear and relics. These next couple battles are going to be quite easy, but there's no reason why we should take chances. You're only required to fight the leader here, but if you want to challenge some of the soldiers attacking the castle, you can do that as well. Cayenne's level 1 sword tech is actually one of his best. It's called Dispatch, although in other versions of the game it's called Fang, but in any version, it deals a ton of damage and it ignores defense. I also appreciate that we don't have to wait for the sword tech bar to fill up to use it. Now, whenever we're fighting the leader, I recommend using Sword Tech Level 2. Sword Tech Level 2 is called Retort, and at first it doesn't seem like it did anything, but once Cayenne gets attacked, he will do a powerful counterattack that will immediately defeat the leader. The first time I played this game, I just thought that Sword Tech Level 2 didn't do anything, but if you understand how it works, it actually enables a very powerful counterattack. With the leader defeated, we return to our party in the Imperial camp, and now for whatever reason, Shadow is leading. We got a new relic called the Black Belt for defeating the leader, and it's an interesting one. Whenever the wearer is attacked, they will have a random chance of performing a counterattack. So that's pretty cool. Up here, there's a chest that won't open, and I highly recommend that you kick it. When you do, you'll trigger a fight with these 3 Dobermans, and this is a unique monster encounter. You won't meet Dobermans anywhere else. Dobermans may look just like vector pups, but they are different, and if you're trying to meet all of the different monsters in the game, or collect all of GAU'S Rages, if you don't kick this treasure chest, you will never be able to see the Doberman. As far as enemies go though, Dobermans aren't extremely impressive, they have a lot of hit points and they are weak against fire, and just like the vector pups, when left alone, they will run away. Inside the chest we'll find a star pendant, which is nice for preventing poison or for healing poisoned characters. Now if you decide to hit the chest instead, you'll see this funny scene where our party hides inside of the treasure chest and pretends to be a cat. Even funnier, the guard buys it. You'll still get the star pendant if you do it this way, but you'll miss out on ever encountering the Dobermans. And that's not the only monster encounter you can miss in this camp. There's nothing in this tent, but if you do run into this soldier that's wandering around outside, you'll have to fight a battle against a pair of soldiers and a M-Tech armor. I have no idea where that guy came from, but he's still probably going to get beat up by our blitz attacks, and it looks like we're going to see Wild Fang this time, which is probably the more powerful of interceptors to attacks. That other soldier is lucky to also not have been mauled by a dog, and we'll get a potion for our troubles. Once you head down into the next part of the camp, you won't be able to go back up, and we'll be able to witness another scene, this time between General Leo and a soldier. The general wants to secure the castle, but he also wants to do it without sacrificing very many lives. This soldier is happy to lay down his life for the Empire, but the general understands that it's always a better victory when it comes with minimal bloodshed. Seeing General Leo operate, it's no surprise that he commands so much more respect from his soldiers than Kefka. Kefka doesn't care about anything but results. A soldier arrives with a carrier pigeon message from Emperor Geshtal. It appears that General Leo has been recalled, or at least that's what it looks like. I would not be surprised if Kefka forged that message just to take General Leo off the board. With General Leo away from the camp, Kefka will be able to operate unchecked, and his plan is to poison the local water supply. You know that General Leo would never stand for him violating the Geneva Convention. But without General Leo here, there will be no one left to stand up to Kefka. And with a few words, General Leo turns his back on the Imperial camp and leaves. Luckily, we heard the entire plan, and there's no way we're going to stand by and let Kefka poison the people of Doma. We have to stop this guy. I'm not sure how many soldiers are in this camp, but I think that Sabin and Shadow can handle at least a few dozen of them. Or maybe we can just cut the head off the snake and fight Kefka himself. Kefka does not like taking damage, so as soon as you hit him with anything, he will run away. So get in a couple shots and take your frustrations out on this guy, but unfortunately we won't be able to kill this Joker. At least not right now. We can't let Kefka get away. There's nothing in the tent over on the right, so just keep chasing Kefka, and when you get close, he'll run away. But whenever we catch up to him a second time, we'll be able to fight him again. It doesn't matter what you hit Kefka with here, but how about this time we give him a little Sabin suplex? How do you like that, Kefka? It's a power bomb, courtesy of Captain Insano. Kefka laughs like being suplexed was hilarious, and then he runs off. But we're not going to follow him right away this time. Instead, there's some treasures that we'd like to pick up. Up here in this tent, there are 2 chests, and in the one on the right, we'll find a mithril glove, which is a relic that gives some moderate stat increases, but nothing too exciting. And in the other chest, we're going to face a unique monster called a Telstar. This monster has a special counterattack specifically for blitzes that will make Sabin berserk, and then you won't be able to control him for the rest of the battle. So don't use any blitzes on this guy and you won't have to worry about it. The best way to deal big damage to this guy is to have Shadow throw shurikens at it. And now that this guy is low on health, we'll try out a blitz just so you can see that counterattack. If the fight takes longer than 25 seconds, the Telstar will summon in some soldiers that you'll have to fight, so ideally you'd like to clear this guy out quickly. And that's it. We were able to beat the Telstar, and for our troubles we get a green beret, which is an awesome helmet. The green beret not only provides a moderate increase to defense and magic defense, but while wearing it, the wearer's hit points will be increased by 12.5%. Now don't miss this hidden chest behind the tent. You'll be able to jump off in the corner, and inside you can pick up a barrier ring. The barrier ring is another relic for our collection. Whenever the wearer's hit points get low, the barrier ring will cast the spell of Shell on them, which reduces magic damage. Here we have a fight against some slightly stronger enemies, the Templars. The Templars are more powerful than the soldiers, but they are fairly weak in the grand scheme of things. They can counterattack you. They have a 1 in 3 chance of using Axe as a counterattack, which deals twice as much damage as their normal attack. And there's the Axe right there. So you can see it only dealt Sabin 29 damage. It's nothing to be too concerned about. While we were distracted by fighting the Templars and the soldiers, Kefka puts his plan in action, and he is gleefully excited about killing a ton of people. Now, I don't know what kind of poison this is, but it must be extremely potent. Kefka has to have some sort of antidote because there's no way it wouldn't have killed him as he poured it into the river. This stuff spreads out into the castle moat in mere seconds, and then before people can even drink the water, they start dying just from being in close proximity to it. All along the castle walls, the poison begins to take effect, and it is brutal in its efficiency, killing just everyone. Some are stricken dead where they're standing, others fall from the castle walls in pain. It seems that the only one who's not affected is Cayenne. I'm not sure what it is that's keeping Cayenne alive, but either just being aware of the poison itself is helping him survive, or he is protected by some serious plot armor. We're not really able to explore Doma Castle right now, so we'll head to the throne room and check on the king. Oh no! It seems that he too has succumbed to the poison. As his sight fades, the king comes to the realization that his kingdom is through. He thanks Cayenne one last time before he breathes his final breath. Nothing can be done for the king now, but maybe we have a chance to rescue Cayenne's family before the poison gets to them too. Another survivor rushes into the throne room and suggests that we split up to see who else could be among the living. Cayenne's family is in the room to the right of the throne room, but before we go and visit them, we could look in this room down here on the left. Inside, we'll find a sentry who informs us that no one in those rooms have survived, and we can barely enter this room because it seems that it too has no survivors. Another corpse of a Doma sentry silently guards a pot in the upper right corner of the room. It contains a remedy. If only he had gotten to it in time. This door takes us back to the hall in front of the throne room, and we can head down here, but there's just not much to see outside. Just poison gases coming up from the moat. But for Cayenne, the true horror is in this room. The poison has claimed yet another victim, Cayenne's wife Elaine. And that's not all. It also took his young son, Owain. This scene is pretty heavy for a video game, an all too realistic depiction of the atrocities of war. The chest in this room contains an X potion, but we won't be able to collect it now. Because for now there is only rage. We can't forgive this. The Empire must pay. Cayenne recklessly rushes into the Imperial camp, mindlessly fighting any soldiers that get in his way without any concern for his own well-being. It's at this point that we regain control of Sabin and Shadow, and if we chat with Cayenne, we'll be able to lend him a hand. There may be 4 enemies in this formation, but they don't stand a chance against our party. Interceptor gets in on the fight, taking out one of the grunts on his own. Cayenne will operate on his own accord, so you don't have to worry about him. We'll just be controlling Sabin and Shadow. And with Shadow's dog doing most of the work, these grunts are quickly eliminated. But Cayenne's Berserker Rage is not over. He charges forward and takes on 2 more soldiers. Now, if you get between Cayenne and the soldiers, you'll get knocked over here, which is pretty funny. But what we need to do is talk to him, and we'll be able to start another fight. Well, if 4 grunts didn't stand much of a chance against us, 3 really don't have a hope or a prayer. Use Aura Bolt or Pummel with Sabin, and just have Shadow attack. Cayenne will do Dispatch on his own, which should be able to remove at least one of the enemies, and our party should take care of the other 2. We are not out of the woods yet. Cayenne demands to know who released the poison, and we all know it was Kefka, but who knows where that clown disappeared to. We're going to have to do this together. This time, a cadet joins a pair of grunts, and he's a little bit more powerful, but nothing that we can't handle. Continue using Aura Bolt or Pummel with Sabin, and just have Shadow attack. Cayenne will take care of at least one of these enemies. Wow, a single attack did over 200 damage to that grunt, and this blitz should finish the fight. And that's it, we've cleared out those guys. After that, it seems that we've cleared out most of the enemies in the area, or at least the rest of them are running away. In any case, it's only a matter of time before the Empire sends more troops, so we're going to need another plan to get out of here. Sabin, who's usually known more for his brawn than his brains, actually has a great idea this time. We're going to commandeer some Magitech armors. It's at this point that we discover Cayenne is not a big fan of technology. I also like how Shadow runs away and comes back a little bit later with his own Magitech armor. It takes Cayenne a moment to get the hang of the Magitech armor, but once he figures it out, he just starts plowing through soldiers. They should probably be running the opposite direction. We'll head over to the right, where we'll encounter a single Magitech armor, and considering that this is 3-on-1, this guy is in big trouble. Magitech armors are technically weak against lightning, so using Bolt Beam makes sense, but these beams deal a ton of damage, so pretty much any of them should be enough to destroy this guy. From here, we just want to start making our way towards the entrance of the camp, which is how we're going to get out. And when we get over here, we'll encounter another set of enemies who say that there's nowhere to run, but I think that's more of a problem for you guys than it is for us. Use your beam weapons to get rid of the opposing Magitech armor first, and if you want to, you can just leave one enemy alive, and we can use Heal Force on our entire team, and that's a free way you can heal the party. One soldier is not going to be able to deal a lot of damage to us, so we can sit here and use Heal Force all day if we want to. Once you feel like the party is good to go, we can do any of our other attacks and quickly eliminate the final enemy. And that's it, soldier. Eat Fire Beam. And that'll wrap up this battle, but there's still one more encounter that we'll need to survive here in the Imperial camp, and it's this one against 2 Magitech armors. And honestly, 2 Magitech armors may be easier than 4 soldiers because 2 beam weapons should be enough to finish this fight. And with the second beam, that's gonna be all she wrote. Take that, Magitech armors. See you again never. We're rewarded with a pair of potions, and once we get up to this bridge, we'll reach a point where we can't pass through in our armors, so we will automatically dismount. Now, based on the length of the other 2 scenarios, you might think that this would be the end of Sabin's, but no, we are just getting started here. The next place we need to go to is the Phantom Forest, and we need to concern ourselves with Shadow potentially running away again. He would not have abandoned us in the Imperial camp, but he'll certainly abandon us out here or in the Phantom Forest. So just make sure to save your game in case you get lucky. And I did want to try to do one encounter outside of the forest before we go in so you can get a sense of the enemies over here. And it looks like it's the combination of 2 grasshoppers, a beaker, and a stray cat. The good old enemy variety pack. We haven't used any of Cayenne's higher level sword techs yet, so we'll try out the level 3, which is called Slash. Slash deals damage equal to 50% of an enemy's remaining HP, and it also inflicts sap, which deals additional damage over time. I'm not sure Slash is usually worth waiting for 3 levels of sword tech, especially when you can get so much out of Dispatch at level 1. Before we head into the forest, we'll save the game one more time, just in case Shadow bails, and then we'll head on inside. The Phantom Forest is not a very large area, but it can be a bit of a maze. Here we have the most common encounter we'll find in this part of the forest, a single ghost. This ghost will use fire against us, but it's also weak against fire. It's weak against holy magic as well, and Sabin's Aura Bolt counts as holy magic, so it will deal big damage to ghosts. As soon as we enter this room, we will immediately walk up to the recovery spring. That's pretty nice. It'll restore our HP and MP, and then we can go about our business. Here we have another ghost. Oh no! Sabin's Aura Bolt should easily clear it, but we can queue up a Sword Tech level 1 and an attack from Shadow just in case we mess up the Blitz. Now here's where you can make a mistake. You want to take the path in the upper right, but if you take the path in the lower right, you'll be sent almost all the way back to the beginning, right here near the recovery spring. That's more than a little bit disorienting, but at least we got our health restored. And here we have a ghost yet again. The Aura Bolt is going to fry this guy. He just never stood a chance. To do the Street Fighter style Aura Bolt, all you're going to do is slide your thumb from down to left on the control pad, making sure to hit the diagonal in between. You can do it slowly and it will still work. Finally, we have the less common encounter here in the forest, a pair of ghosts and 3 Popliums. All of these enemies are considered undead, so they can be damaged by healing, and you don't want to use poison or death attacks against them. Sabin's Aura Bolt is of course very good here, but if you're a bit higher level and have the Fire Dance, you may want to use that instead. You can't really tell from the look of the ghosts, but all of the enemies in this formation are floating. Ghosts and Popliums are always considered to be floating, so if we got a counterattack with Interceptor, he wouldn't be able to hit them. Once we get to the train, we don't have to worry about Shadow leaving the party anymore, at least as long as we're on board the train. Sabin spots an entrance and recklessly rushes inside. I did say he was more known for his brawn than his brains. He says not to worry, but we should absolutely be concerned, because this is no ordinary train. This is the Phantom Train. Cayenne says this train's haunted, and that is an understatement. This thing is practically teeming with ghosts. When we try to exit the same way we came in, we find that the door won't open. It's too late. This is the Phantom Train, and it carries the departed to the other side. We should not be on this train, so we need to find a way off. That's going to be difficult while it's moving, but maybe if we could stop the train. Over here in the caboose, we can pick up a ghost who will be added to our party. Awesome! In this tiny room, we can meet the impresario who manages the train. It seems that there is a way to stop it, but we'll need to use the controls in the engineer's compartment. We can also take a look at the train schedule, and if we examine this switch, we'll see this amusing scene. Flipping the switch doesn't seem to have any consequences, but we know Cayenne doesn't like machines, so he just has to flip it back. This is definitely not the last switch we'll need to flip to get off of this train, so Cayenne's going to need to get over it. Before we begin our long trek to the front of the train, we can save the game. There are a couple more save points here on the train, but we should use this one while we can. Outside of the impresario's room, we can encounter random monsters, and here we just have a bomb, which we can easily eliminate with a few physical attacks. A single bomb is not a big threat, but 3 bombs is also a possibility, and that could be much worse. This train car is now populated by ghosts, and if you talk to some of them, you'll start a fight. Now, we've seen these guys back in the Phantom Forest, so they're going to be pretty easy to defeat. So if you don't mind an occasional battle, you may want to talk to the ghosts because some of them have useful things to say, and others are even item shops. I'm a little bit surprised that this ghost would sell Phoenix Downs, which can one-shot his undead brethren, but it is nice to see that they sell sleeping bags and shurikens, especially if you want to use the throw command. We'll run into other ghosts that are item shops with the same items for sale in other train cars on the Phantom train, so if you ever need to restock, just keep an eye out for a ghost that sells items. Here we have one of the random encounters that you'll meet inside the train cars. The hazers are not undead like most of the other enemies on the Phantom train, and they can use draining attacks to absorb health from your party members. They may not be undead, but they are weak against holy magic like Sabin's Aura Bolt. And here you can see what the ghosts are capable of. Their possession attack removes the ghost from the party permanently, but it will absolutely obliterate one of the enemies. There are more ghosts we can recruit on this train, so it's okay to use the possession ability. We'll just grab another ghost along the way. We can only have 4 party members, but if Shadow weren't with us, we would be able to recruit a second ghost. And there's another one of those ghost shops, and another recruitable ghost, so there's a whole bunch of those around here. Other things you should know about ghosts is that if they end any battle dead, they will be removed from the party, and you can't use normal healing on them during battle because they're undead, but you can heal them normally outside of battle, which is interesting. Whenever one of these whispers gets its turn, it has a 1 in 3 chance of doing nothing, doing a regular attack, or of using Demi, a spell that will reduce a character's health by 1/2 from what it currently is. If you're unlucky, that Demi ability can rip big chunks of hit points off of our party members, making them vulnerable for future battles. None of our party members can cast magic spells, so we'll need to use items between battles to restore our health. These still goings are a different type of undead, but they have the same undead weaknesses. There's a 1 in 3 chance that these guys will use Slip Touch on their first turn, which is an attack that can inflict sap, and that will cause additional damage over time. Once you get inside this car, you can interact with the ghosts here, but we need to go back out the same way we came in, and to do that, we'll need to battle this ghost that's guarding the door. We should have no problem defeating a single ghost. This is sort of trivial at this point. And once the ghost has been cleared out, we will return outside where there are even more ghosts awaiting us. No escape, they keep whispering. No escape. With the ghosts pouring in from the left, we are unable to move forward, and then suddenly they start pouring in from the right as well. There's only one way to go now, and that's up. The ghosts say that there's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. And maybe they're right. Now that we're on top of this train car, I'm not sure where we can go to next. But these ghosts don't know Sabin. He's a blitz master who was trained by none other than the world famous Master Duncan. And Duncan may not be with us anymore, but his techniques live on. With a powerful leap, Sabin jumps from car to car until finally one of them breaks beneath his feet and we return to the ground. That looked pretty impressive when Sabin was doing it, but now that we know he was carrying Cayenne and Shadow the entire time, well, that's just downright amazing. Back down here on Earth, we have another random encounter to sort out. This time it's two still goings, which we've seen before, but we have a new enemy this time, an Overmind. You've probably already guessed that the Overmind is undead, and you'd be correct, but it presents an interesting problem here. You see, if the Overmind is left alone, it can confuse members of our party, but if we don't take it out quickly, it may use its Dread ability, which can petrify our party members. Either way, it's pretty bad. Just use your best anti-undead stuff and you should be able to defeat the Overmind, and then you want to flip the switch in the back of this car to uncouple the rear train cars. Those ghosts won't be able to follow us now. Flip the switch again to open up car 6 and you'll be able to go inside. Here's another save point. It's probably a good idea to use a tent or maybe some sleeping bags here, because our characters are a little bit beat up. We'll save the game just in case a disaster were to happen, and then we'll see what's going on with this ghost, and it appears to want to pick a fight with us, which is a very bad idea because we're a squad of Ghostbusters. Equipped with a Genji glove, a couple of quick slashes from Shadow easily takes out the ghost, and we'll be able to move forward. And over here we have another random monster encounter. It's the Overmind and the two still goings again. We'll use Aura Bolt, we'll have Cayenne use his sword tech level 1, and Shadow will simply attack. We don't want to leave that Overmind alone, so we'll definitely get rid of it quickly, and then we'll clean up the remaining still goings. It's funny that these ghosts have so much money on them, and we also were able to get a potion and Revivify from that battle. A Revivify is a consumable item that can cure the zombie status, and there's not a lot of ways to cure the zombie status, so those are useful to have. They can also be used against undead enemies to kill them, so keep that in mind. We've recruited another ghost, and outside here on the train we've encountered the 4 Whispers again, and hopefully we can get away with them not doing too many of their demi attacks. So far so good. We've eliminated 2 of them, maybe the ghost can handle another one of them, and there's the demi. You'll see that does some serious damage. I'm not exactly sure why, but you may notice that Whispers are permanently afflicted by sap. They just start out that way, constantly draining hit points. It's weird. After our ghost friends sent the last Whisper off to the afterlife, we've made it over here to the dining car. Believe it or not, the ghosts here actually serve good food. This scene will look a little bit different depending on who is leading the party, and I definitely think it's pretty funny to see Sabin wanting to eat food because he can't wage war on an empty stomach. The man's not wrong, Cayenne. I know this is a phantom train, but this food seems legit. It will recover your HP and MP, and even remove all status ailments. Maybe loosen up a little bit there, Cayenne. You live longer that way. Once you've finished stuffing your face, you'll notice that the left side of the dining car is blocked by a pair of ghosts, so we'll have to go out this way. If you wrap around to the left side of the dining car and go in that way, you'll be able to grab this treasure chest, which contains a pair of earrings, an excellent relic for Sabin. Remember that Sabin's aura bolt and some of the other blitzes that he's going to get later, like the fire dance, are magic attacks, so they will receive a bonus from the earrings. Here on the Phantom Train, Sabin has been aura bolting stuff left and right, so we might as well power that attack up even more. Here we have a slightly different combination of enemies that we've definitely seen before. If you're going to prioritize any of these enemies to defeat, I think the Whisper is one of the most annoying because of its demi attack. The other ones are a lot less threatening, so you can have Shadow attack the Whisper, but most of your other attacks are randomly targeted anyways, so just let those aura bolts and dispatches land where they land. This train car has a few smaller rooms we can enter, and there are no monster encounters inside of the smaller rooms other than ones that are triggered by opening chests. When we try to open this chest, from out of the sky appears Siegfried. This guy talks a big game, but he's not actually that dangerous. The dramatic boss music plays, and this guy has the audacity to ask us to give up. But he only has 100 hit points, which means we can one-shot this boss with pretty much any of our attacks. Sabin might even do it with a counter. And that's what happened. The black belt got him. For our efforts, we get a green cherry, a lame consumable item that cures the imp status. But this is not the last we've seen of Siegfried. He grabs the treasure from the chest and disappears. Okay, well now that we've dealt with that blowhard, we'll head back down here, and in this small room, we can find a hidden tent in the upper left corner. Now later on in the train, we'll see another room that looks just like that one, and if you didn't find the tent here, you'd be able to find a tent in that room instead. So pretty clear that the developers just sorta cut and pasted a room there, but I guess it works. And here we had just a single Whisper, which we can easily defeat. And once he's out of the way, we'll head back outside. That's going to bring us to a similar looking room, but it's not completely the same. Here we have to face 2 hazers and 2 bombs. Yikes. There's actually nothing to be afraid of here. The bombs can occasionally counter with their self-sacrificing exploder move, but our characters hit so hard they won't even have a chance. And with this aura bolt, the last hazer will be removed, and we've won yet another battle. This room is the one that was copy-pasted. If you didn't find the tent in the other room that looks like that, you could find it there. Look, it's our old pal the Impresario, who wanted to remind us of how to stop the train. And in this room, there are 4 treasure chests. Awesome! Be careful of the one on the far left. That one contains an enemy. The sniper sight is a relic that will have some uses in the game. It makes your attacks unevadable and unblockable. And in this chest, we have a Spectre to fight, and this guy has 1,500 hit points. Definitely don't confuse this guy with the Spectres that are spelled S-P-E-C-T-R-E. Those ones are not even close to as powerful. And for defeating the Spectre, we get a Hyper Wrist. Which is nice, we already had a Hyper Wrist, but we could always use another one or two. In this small car, we'll have one last chance to save the game and use recovery items like tents and sleeping bags. But we're just going to use a few tonics to heal up the party. No need to use anything good right now. And we'll head on towards the engine. Out here, we've encountered a single bomb, and a single dispatch should be enough to finish him off. Alright, moving on. We are so close to the end of this thing. When we enter this room, we'll notice that there are 3 switches on the right side. But which one to flip? Well, if you look over here, we'll find the answer. To stop the train, shut the first and third pressure valves, then operate the switch outside. So we'll hit number 1 and number 3, and the final switch we're looking for is up here. Make sure you're ready for a boss fight, and you'll want to reverse your rows before you fight this boss, because we're going to have to do it as a back attack. So you'll want to put a character like Shadow in the back row, because that will make him in the front row when you actually fight the train. The train's most devastating attack is called Evil Toot. It doesn't always do this attack, but when it does, it will afflict your characters with random status ailments, and some of them, like confusion, could be a huge problem. Now, if you know anything about this game, you know that Sabin's suplex is extremely effective against the ghost train. You perform that blitz by pressing X, Y, down, up, and although it doesn't work against most other bosses, it works wonders here. Shadow should just keep attacking, and Cayenne will be using Sword Tech level 1. Of course, there is a much easier way to defeat the Phantom Train, but it almost feels like cheating. This thing is undead, so if you use a Phoenix down on it, you can kill it in a single shot. And you can see how bad Evil Toot can be. It turned 2 of our characters into imps. So the ghost train totally deserved the Phoenix down that time. So suplex this locomotive into another dimension, or bring it back to life with a Phoenix down. Either way, once it's defeated, the Phantom Train will let us go. As the Phantom Train slowly rolls into the station, our party is finally released. And what do we say to the train of death? We say, not today. It looks like we've returned to the same train station we started at, but we're actually down at the bottom of the Phantom Forest now, which is good. Now we'll be able to continue on towards Baren Falls. We'll hurry off of the train just to make sure it doesn't suddenly start moving again, and it feels good to be back on solid ground. We want to hurry away from the station, but it turns out that the Phantom Train didn't just stop here to let us off. It also stopped to let other people on. Within the long line of departed souls, Cayenne sees his wife and child. I'm not exactly sure how Sabin knows it's them. Maybe he can just read the look on Cayenne's face. As the train pulls away from the station, full steam ahead towards the afterlife, Cayenne sees his wife and child one last time. They call out their final farewells as the train disappears into the distance. In the aftermath, Cayenne just stands there silently. It may not have been the closure that he wanted, but at least he got to see his wife and child one last time. At least he got the chance to say goodbye. As Sabin walks away from the platform, he thinks about the day that his own father passed on as the scene fades to black. Before we move on, we need to talk about permanently recruiting a ghost. You'll need to do the early airship trick and take it all the way through the events of Thamasa so you can change party members. Make a party featuring Kupek and Cuckoo. Those are the Moogle versions of Cayenne and Sabin. And I also like to bring along Strago so that we don't permanently lose him. To recruit a ghost, you'll have to permanently lose either Strago or Realm, and if you don't bring Strago, he's the first one that will be lost. Land the airship near the exit of the Phantom Forest and go on inside. You'll be right near the train platform and you can get on the Phantom train. Recruit a ghost and work your way to the end of the train. At this point, Strago and your ghost friend will depart the party. Defeat the Phantom train using any means necessary. With 2 Moogle characters, you may want to just use a Phoenix down. After the train is defeated, we'll see the cutscene at the station, and then we'll be able to exit the Phantom Forest, which will drop us off right near where we left the airship. And when we go down into the airship's cabin, we will find that there is a ghost that we can add to our party. It looks like Realm is there, but now her name is a bunch of question marks. That's a little bit strange. And there's the ghost right next to Strago. Ghosts are a little bit weak, so I like only having one ghost, although it is possible to replace both Strago and Realm so that you can have 2 ghosts, but 1 is plenty. We know that ghosts are hard to heal, and if they die, they'll be removed from the party. You'll be able to get your ghost back at the airship, but that's still a little bit annoying. The best part about ghosts, though, is that they retain their possession ability, and even bosses are not immune to it. You can one-shot enemies like Atma Weapon. The real best part of recruiting a ghost is that much later in the game, Go-Go will be able to add the possess ability to their menu. Go-Go can possess enemies just like a ghost can, and they will reappear at the airship after using the possession ability, but Go-Go doesn't follow the same rules as other ghosts, so you don't have to worry about them disappearing if they die during a battle, that sort of thing. Back here with our normal party, we're on the other side of the Phantom Forest, and it's only a short walk from here to get to Baren Falls. This area features the same enemy formations that we've seen elsewhere, and here we have 3 Grasshoppers. Grasshoppers are weak against fire and also wind, but we don't have any of those sort of attacks, so we'll just use our best techniques. Wing Snap is a special ability that can make one of our party members berserk, and that will actually make them deal more damage, but will no longer be able to control them in battle. They will simply just attack. The berserk status does not persist after a battle ends, so we don't need to worry about healing it. And here we have the same set of enemies, except now it's a preemptive attack. So we should be able to just destroy these guys this time. It's possible that we could lose Shadow in this area, but we're about to lose him anyways, so if he does leave the party at this point, that's probably okay. Shadow also gained a level, so we'll take a look at our character's status. And right now, Cayenne is our highest level character at level 13. Baren Falls is the end of the road for Shadow, so make sure to remove the Genji glove from him, as well as any other good equipment. We won't be seeing him for a while. There are no random monster encounters here, so we don't have to worry about that. Just make your way to the edge of the cliff, and it'll be time to jump over the falls. I think Shadow can sense what we're thinking of doing here, because it's at this time that he decides to take his leave. Hey, I don't blame you, Shadow. If the people I've been running with decided they were about to jump off of an enormous waterfall, I'd probably bail on those guys too. When asked if you'll jump, say why not, and it'll be time to take on the challenge of Baren Falls. As we fall through the air, piranha will pop up and we'll need to fight them. Whenever you clear out all the piranha, more will appear, and it may seem like you need to defeat a certain number of these to be able to make the boss spawn, but that's not how it actually works. No, this is a timed event, and after we've spent about a minute of real time here, the boss will appear after we clear whichever enemies are on the screen. The piranha are pretty easy to defeat with only 10 hit points, so almost any of our attacks will take them out, but don't use Sabin's suplex. These fish are slippery and you won't be able to grab them. So you really have two options here. You can go for a high score and see how many fish you can clear out, or you can clear the first few fish leaving only one on the screen and then just wait for a minute before taking out the final fish. This will make the boss appear. The boss, Rhizopause, is much more powerful than his piranha brethren. This guy has 775 hit points, and you'll want to have Cayenne use his dispatch sword tech, and Sabin should use the Aura Bolt. The Aura Bolt is even more powerful if he's wearing the earrings. If Sabin doesn't have earrings, you may want to consider using his Pummel Blitz instead, but the most devastating thing that Rhizopause can do is use his El Nino attack, which does big damage to both characters. Just keep up the pressure though, and you should be able to defeat that boss with no problem. What if I told you there was a way to skip the boss of Baren Falls? The first thing we need to do here is kill Cayenne, so we can have him attack himself, and we can have Sabin attack him as well. The piranhas will also help out, but eventually we're going to want to clear that top piranha, but it only has 10 hit points, so either of our characters can take care of it. Make sure neither character is equipped with the black belt relic if you're attempting this trick, because the sudden counterattack could make this not work. Once Cayenne is officially wounded, we're going to revive him with a Phoenix down, then we need to wait for him to get his turn. Don't have Sabin do anything because we want to keep his turn bar full as well. It doesn't matter that Cayenne had the barrier ring equipped, you can do this trick without it. And as soon as he gets his turn, switch over to Cayenne and charge up Sword Tech level 2. Once you activate it, have Sabin do his Suplex Blitz, and you'll see that the Suplex will miss the Piranha, but Cayenne will trigger his counterattack, and then we will win the battle without facing the boss. Weird. Regardless of whether or not you fought the boss, when we wash up on the shore at the base of the falls, we're about to have our first encounter with Gau. Gau is a feral boy that was raised in the wild, and we will eventually be able to recruit him onto our party. But we won't be able to recruit him just yet. Luckily, he's here to pull us out of the water, but he quickly runs away whenever we start to come to. It's at this time that we have a chance to name Gau, so if you'd prefer to give him some other sort of name, you can, but as usual, we're staying with the default selection. Thankful for being rescued, Sabin asks the wild boy his name, and although we have just given him one, he runs off without saying a word. Welcome to the Veldt. The Veldt has an awesome soundtrack that continues into the battles we fight, and the battles here work differently than they do anywhere else in the game. You can't run away from the monsters that you fight on the Veldt, although you can use warp magic and warp stones, and we're going to encounter random formations of monsters that we have encountered in other parts of the game. Sometimes at the end of these battles, Gau will pop up, but we can't recruit him without having dried meat. We'll need to buy some in the next town. For now, we can strike him, which will cause him to run away, and we'll be able to continue our journey to the town of Mobliz. Mobliz is located up here in the upper right corner of the Veldt. Once we get inside, we'll equip our sprint shoes so that we can move around a little bit more quickly, because we have a lot of things to do here in town. There are many people to talk to, stores to visit, and a side quest for us to complete, and if we do, we'll be able to get an interesting new relic. Many of the citizens of this town want to tell us more about the Veldt and the mysterious animal skin clad wild child that's been living out there. As we get closer to this small house, we'll hear more about a wounded soldier. It seems that getting carrier pigeon letters from his girlfriend in the village of Miranda is the only thing that's keeping him alive. And we can visit that soldier here. This is where that side quest begins. After speaking to the injured soldier, he'll tell us that there's a desk with a letter on it. Pick up the letter and bring it back to him. We'll be able to read the letter to him, and after we do, we can go to the post office to mail a reply to Lola. This poor guy can't even pick up a pen to write Lola back, so we'll have to do so on his behalf. The post office is the building next door with the bird out front, and it will cost us 500 gold pieces to send a letter to Lola. At least we can find an elixir in the clock nearby. In the basement of the post office, we hear about something called the Serpent Trench, and that is our next destination, although it will be a moment before we go there. If we tell this man outside that no, we don't know about the Serpent Trench, he will show us this fully animated bird's eye view of the two locations that the trench connects. By using the Serpent Trench, we'll be able to travel from a cave right here on the Veldt to the village of Nikeah. Seeing that demonstration will also trigger the next event in our side quest. After mailing a letter at the post office, we'll either need to talk to the Serpent Trench guy or visit a store to cause the next letter to appear. Pick up the letter off the desk, read it to the soldier, and then send another one at the post office. We'll need 2,500 total gold pieces to be able to send 5 letters so that we can complete the quest. This time we'll check out the relic shop, which only sells 2 things, but strangely enough, there's a bed in the back of the store that functions as a free inn. Nice! There is an actual inn here in town, but it costs 100 gold pieces per night, and considering how much money we're spending on postage, we'll be much happier using the free inn in the back of the relic shop. With another letter read, we'll head back to the post office, where this time we can spend 500 gold pieces to send a tonic for Lola's mother. Nice. Over in the corner of this garden, we'll meet 2 star-crossed lovers, Dwayne and Katrin. They don't have much to say right now, but we'll be able to see their love blossom as the game progresses. We need to visit another store to complete our side quest, so this time we'll check out the weapon and armor shops. Here we can purchase 2 kotetsus and a mithril knife for Sabin. Pretty good upgrades for our party. The armor shop doesn't have as much for our current party, but we can pick up a pair of magus hats and a suit of iron armor that will definitely come in handy whenever we bring the entire group back together in Narshe. We bought 2 of these kotetsus so that Cayenne could get maximum power out of his Genji glove, And now that we've visited a store, we'll head back to the wounded soldier's house, where we should have another reply waiting for us from Lola. This time Lola is so worried because she hasn't heard from us. We sent her 3 carrier pigeons in the last 5 minutes. How many letters does this woman need? In any case, I guess we're invested at this point, so we'll pay our 500 gold pieces, and we'll head over here to check out the item shop. The item shop is very important because they sell dried meat here. You need to buy at least 1, although you may want to purchase 2 so that you'll have 1 for later in the game. Dried meat is a consumable item that works sort of like a potion, but it restores 150 hit points, and it actually works on undead, which is totally weird. But the real reason why we need the dried meat is so that we can use it to recruit GAU. So definitely make sure to buy that. It is required to finish the game. And here at the post office, we'll spend our last 500 gold pieces to send a book. This is going to complete the quest whenever we get back. Now, using the official inn here will make a reply appear for our carrier pigeon, but using the free inn in the back of the relic shop will not. But all we really have to do is talk to a store owner and we'll be good. And then we can head over here to get the final reply. Wait, there's nothing there. What's going on? Well, we'll talk to the soldier, and he knows we were the ones sending those letters on his behalf. Our reward for doing all of this is a relic called the Tintinnabar, and the Tintinnabar will restore some hit points to the wearer with every step you take. The amount of hit points you actually restore with each step is related to how much stamina you have, and although this side quest is not that difficult to do, the Tintinnabar is not the most exciting item, so if you want to skip it, I would totally understand. The next thing we need to do is just keep fighting monsters here on the Veldt until GAU appears. Now, GAU is not going to appear when we're in a pincer attack like this. He's not going to appear for any of these weird formations. We need a good normal formation, and then there will be a slightly higher than 50% chance that GAU will appear. This is a good battle. This one could work. I certainly remember fighting these guys just a few moments ago back in the Imperial camp, so we know how to defeat them. Now, if GAU does not appear at the end of this battle, that's okay. We just need to keep fighting enemies until he does, and he will appear eventually. A couple aura bolts and maybe a few dispatches should be enough to remove these guys, and let's see if we get GAU? No, not this time. You'll notice that we don't get any experience points here on the Veldt. We only get gold pieces. You will get magic points later on in the game, but we don't have Espers right now, so there's no magic points at the moment. And after that enemy croaked, there's GAU. Don't hit him, just use the dried meat. Whenever you give him the dried meat, he will be very happy and will instantly join the team. Well, I guess he doesn't join the party instantly. First, we get to see this very humorous scene. This is one of my favorite scenes in the game. The game never really explains why Cayenne always seems like he's speaking in some sort of Shakespearean tragedy. The other people at Doma Castle didn't talk like that. But at least in this scene, we have a chance for them to poke fun at it a little bit, and this part is quite amusing. Sabin and GAU size each other up, and it's almost as if one is a younger version of the other. They even both have the same haircut. Of course, ponytails are all the rage here in Final Fantasy VI. There may be fewer characters without ponytails than there are ones that have them. Cayenne tries to break up the party, And Gao just starts making fun of the way he talks. Thou, 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 thou. Although Gao may not know more than 100 different words, he certainly knows when someone is angry. But Cayenne's going to have to lighten up, because we need this kid. He's the only one that knows where the diving helmet is, and without it, we won't be able to traverse the Serpent Trench. After we invite him to join the party, Gao says that he wants to give us a gift. That's the diving helmet we were looking for. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the gift on him at the moment, so we'll need to follow him if we're going to find it. Gao promises that his treasure is shiny. Very shiny. So shiny that it almost seems unbelievable, but Sabin is certainly interested. Think of how jealous Locke's going to be when he hears about this. Gao is concerned that Locke might try to steal his treasure and, well, yeah, that is something he might do. Cleverly, Gao stands in the lower part of the screen to represent something on a map. If Sabin were Mobliz and Cayenne were the base of Baren Falls, then where Gao stands, that would be Crescent Mountain, and that's where the shiny thing is. Gao may have been raised in the wild, but he's more intelligent than you may think. Don't underestimate this guy. After recruiting Gao, we'll get a short tutorial on how to use his leap ability. Basically, whenever we encounter enemies on the Veldt, Gao can use leap and he will disappear for a while, ending the battle. We'll need to continue fighting monsters on the Veldt without Gao, but eventually he will appear at the end of one of the battles. And then he'll just rejoin the party. We won't need to feed him dried meat again. When Gao returns, he will have learned all of the rages for the monsters that were on the screen whenever he used leap, as well as all of the monsters that we cleared during the battle when he returned. Now, any battles that happened between that won't count, but the battle where he left and the battle where he comes back will both be good for teaching him rages. Gao starts with a reasonable number of rages, so if you don't want to train him up on the Veldt, you don't really have to. But if you plan on using Gao more than just a little bit, you'll probably want him to know at least a few good extra rages. One of the best rages that he doesn't start with that you can find here in the early game is the Stray Cat rage. So you may want to at least spend a little time looking for rages on the Veldt until you can get that one. When Gao uses a rage, it has several effects. First, you will no longer be able to control Gao during that battle. He will be completely berserk, and when he gets his turn, he will either attack, he does that 50% of the time, and the other 50% of the time he will do some sort of special attack related to that rage. Listed on the left side of the screen here is a complete list of all the rages Gao can possibly learn and the special attack that each one has. The ones that are listed in bold can be used to teach Strago lores later in the game, so you'll certainly want to keep your eyes open for those. So we're just fighting through enemies and waiting for Gao to return. If he were to return at the end of this battle, he would earn the Crawly rage in addition to all the rages that he got when he did the leap. Well, I guess that's all assuming that we will allow him to rejoin the party. If you attack Gao when he appears, he will run off and he won't join the party, and you will not gain those rages. Now, you may think that it's a good idea to just attack Gao and make him run away if he returns at the end of a battle with monsters that he already had the rages for, but in my opinion, it's always better to have Gao back in the party, That way, if the next battle you encounter is with monsters that you really want to gain the rages for, Gau will be there to use his leap. Enemies will not appear here on the Veldt unless we have encountered them elsewhere in the game, so if you want to be able to learn all of the different rages, you need to make sure that you're encountering all of the different enemy types throughout the game. Now we're going to spend a bit of time here grinding on the Veldt and learning a bunch of rages, but I'm going to just do a Veldt montage so that we can go through it quickly. The game not only remembers which enemies you've encountered in the wild so that it can populate them here on the Veldt, but it also remembers the specific enemy formations that you've encountered, and those are all added to the random possibilities you can find here. If you were being very strategic about it, it may be better to not meet some enemy formations so that you can focus on the formations that have the most variety, and that way you'll be able to learn more rages at once. Also, if you're at all serious about learning all 252 rages, which I think is the total number, then you need to come back here frequently, because the more possible enemies that you could meet in the Veldt, the less likely you are to meet any specific ones, so you want to learn a lot of these rages when there are fewer enemies that it's possible to encounter. Having all of the rages can actually make Gau a little bit harder to manage. You'll need to know what each of those rages do, and that can be hard to remember. Each rage also grants Gau the weaknesses and resistances that that particular enemy had, so if you really know how the different rages work, you could select the best one for any given situation. Some of the rages even confer special statuses. Many enemies are naturally floating, so when Gau uses those rages, he himself will also gain the float ability, and that persists after the battle ends. The reality of the matter is that I end up just using a few favorite rages from time to time, and most of the other ones on the list get ignored. So if you can just grab a few really good rages, you'll get a lot out of Gau without having to spend too much time on the Veldt. When you're grinding on the Veldt and you need a rest, you can always stop back in the relic shop in the village of Mobliz to use the free bed there. I highly recommend when you're doing your Veldt grinds that you just stay close to the village here so that you can use this bed whenever you need it. Now, I'm not sure exactly how many rages we learned in this first grind, but I think we got quite a few of them, and we can take a look at which rages we know on the skills menu. There are so many rages on this list that you're able to page through them by pressing R and L on the control pad. Yeah, there are that many. There are obviously a lot of empty slots on our list right now, but the number we actually have is pretty encouraging. We'll need to come back here often if we're trying to learn all of the rages, but for now, we've done pretty well. As far as this guide is concerned, I'm not going to focus too much on strategies that involve Gau, because I know that a lot of players don't want to spend a ton of time here on the Veldt, but we will mention him from time to time when it's relevant. Let's take a look at that stray cat rage, and you can see Gau did over 800 points of damage to that soldier, which is just insane. And that's why the stray cat rage is one of the best ones we can get early. Once you're finished gaining rages, we're going to make our way over here to the Crescent Mountain Cave. We'll save outside, but until we get to the actual Serpent Trench, there are no random monsters in here, so we can feel a little bit safe as we're exploring the area. There are several points of interest here in Mount Crescent Cave, but the only one that's mandatory is the diving helmet over on the right side. The least exciting point of interest is here near the entrance, and if we search right around here, Gau will look for something, but he'll come up empty-handed. On a tiny ledge over here on the left side of the cave, Gau will uncover a tonic. Yay. Thanks a lot, Gau. I guess we'll put it with all the other ones. Now, if you thought that was bad, if we explore the upper left corner of the cave, Gau will lose 500 gold pieces. That's our money. Now, the way he does it is pretty funny, so seeing that might have been worth 500 gold pieces, but I don't recommend you actually go up into this corner. Well, if anything came from it, at least Gau got a good laugh. What we need to do is head across this wooden bridge and come down this way, where Gau will uncover his ultimate treasure, the diving helmet. Once you find the diving helmet, you'll have punched a one-way ticket to the Serpent Trench. If you wanted to adjust your equipment or relics before the Serpent Trench, you'll need to do it before uncovering the diving helmet. From up here, the trench looks an awful lot like the Lete River. But how are we supposed to use just one diving helmet? There are 3 of us here. What, are we going to take turns? Maybe just having the diving helmet to hold gives us all the confidence we need to swim through the Serpent Trench. Yeah, let's go with that. Gau is the last one to jump in. He walks pensively back and forth along the edge for a few moments, and then finally takes the plunge. Cue the Mode 7 graphics. We're going to hit a few enemy encounters here, and this works a little bit like the Lete River. There are 3 different groups of monsters this time, and we run into 3 Actanions. The Actanions are weak against both fire and lightning, and Gau's Templar Rage has a 50% chance of using fire too against all of the enemies. And that's what happened there, quickly eliminating all of them. When you have to choose a direction in the Serpent Trench, you want to always choose right so that you'll be able to get some treasures. If you choose left, you'll skip over the treasure caves. 2 of the enemy types here are weak against fire, so Gau's Templar Rage will work wonders here. We'll also have Sabin use Aura Bolt unless he knows Fire Dance, which would be better, and Cayenne will use Sword Tech level 1. Because we went right when we had the opportunity to choose, we'll end up in this small cave where we can find an X potion. If any of your characters are low on health, you can also use curative items to bring them back to full power. We want to go right here again, and this time the rewards will be even better. Here we have a large group of enemies, 3 Actanions and 2 Aspects. The Aspects may look small, but they're actually the most dangerous enemies here in the Serpent Trench. They often counter by using Gigavolt, but if we have Gau use the Rhinotaur Rage, Gigavolt will actually heal him. So you can see here, if you are intimately familiar with how the various rages work, you can get some big advantages in combat. The enemies can't help counterattacking you, and you'll be able to just reap the benefits. A couple slashes from Cayenne and an Aura Bolt from Sabin should be enough to end this battle, and then we'll be back into the trenches. If your party members start to get low on health, consider using curative items in battle. You won't have a break between battles to use them. Well, that's with the exception of when you come to these caves, and there are no random monster encounters in the caves, so you don't have to worry about fighting here. Stand on this pressure plate and the water will drain out of that small pool. At the bottom will be transported here. In the chest that we found down here was our third green beret, so now we have one for Gau to wear. We know that the green berets increase the wearer's maximum hit points, so that's nice for almost any character to have. And that's going to bring us to the end of the Serpent Trench. We could possibly encounter another set of monsters there at the end, but we didn't, so we'll emerge on the docks in the town of Nikeah. We can bring a swift end to this scenario if we just head down here and take the ferry to South Figaro, but if we want to take a moment to do a bit of shopping, we can get some good stuff here in Nikeah. Instead of the normal shops, Nikeah has an open-air bazaar, and this kid that runs the relic shop tries to guilt us into buying something. We don't really need anything that he's selling. Upgrading our star pendants to fairy rings that can also protect from darkness is certainly not something that's worth the money. The armor shop sells the silk robe, which Terra will appreciate. Not only will it raise her defense, but it also gives her a bonus to magic power. It's just +1, but that's more than most armors provide right now. The weapon shop is not very impressive. They only sell 3 things, and we've seen all of this stuff before. And the item shop is fairly typical, except they sell smoke bombs, which will allow us to quickly run away from a battle and could come in handy during certain timed events. If you step outside of the city limits, you'll find a fairly familiar set of monsters out here on the plains. Grease monks, Rhodoks, possibly Rhinotars. These are the same guys that you would see around South Figaro. So unless you really need more money to spend at the shops in town, or you just missed a lot of these enemies the last few times they were around, you don't really need to spend much time fighting the enemies around Nikeah. After that last battle, we can head back on into town, and we can check out the inn, where you can spend the night for 150 gold pieces. It's a little bit on the expensive side, so we'll say no for now, and we'll just pick up the elixir that you can find in the clock. Before we leave town, we can check out the the cafe. And over here, we can see what the buzz is around town. In here, we can learn how Gau got to be the feral child that he is. It seems that strange old man we met at the house on the Veldt is his father. And if we talk to this dancer near the bar, Cayenne goes turbo teetotaler on her and completely flips out. When she tries to drag him away, he hilariously runs into a wall. But we should probably cut Cayenne a little bit of slack. That guy is dealing with some high-level grief right now. I mean, he just saw his wife and child depart for the netherworld on a phantom train. That's not the kind of thing you can recover from overnight. The bartender laments that most of the world's ships have been smashed, and with that, we'll finally hop aboard the ferry to South Figaro. And that will bring us to the close of Sabin's scenario. We'll see the ship sail across the sea, bound for South Figaro, and then we'll see this short scene on board the boat. Narshe is just a stone's throw away. Sabin hopes that the others arrived safely, but we know for sure that they did. Now that the 3 groups have reached Narshe, a decisive battle is about to take place. But that's all the time we have for part 1 of this guide. Make sure to check out part 2, where we'll battle Kefka in the snow, we'll fight our way through a town full of liars, and will even perform an opera. It'll be all of that and a bunch more tricks next time on You Can Beat Video Games. But until then, thanks for watching.